within this data set over here. Oh, I'm re-recording because apparently something happened. It chunked itself. So that's happening now. Why did it chunk itself? It was only 6 hours. Oh, it's 4 gigabytes total. I can only handle that all of that in my my RAM. I can only handle 4 gigabytes because I only have 4 gigabytes of RAM. Alright, so anyways. Right, so we're not gonna do any of that. Fuck that. I'm gonna do this better because that's garbage and this is not gonna work out very well for you if you don't understand this correctly. Plus, minus, minus, plus, plus, minus, equal is all you need. I am going to interrupt you, and I'm knowing what you are doing. You will not defeat that. What's up, retards? Shut up! Fuck you! Data set, 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 data set. I'm not going away. You're not gonna make me. Fun stuff. Alright, so let's imagine what a data set is. Let's take into account your stupid like ideas, basically. Okay. Why do you think them? Are they in a flux state? Are they not? Are they solid? Are they movable? Do they flow like liquid or do they flow like gas? Do they bubble? What is going on here? I need you to tell me what the hell this fucking thing is. Come on, man. I'm so it's like, take a look at this in your mind, just for a split second. What does an idea of something doing something, taking it in mean? It means you had a given set of information before that you then worked from, right? Well, yeah. X equal, look at this fucking data set. That's every time, no matter the fuck what. What is the objective of what it is you are accomplishing or attempting to do? If you don't have that, you can do any kind of thing you want. So shut the fuck up. Literally, it might as well be chaos theory mathematics x plus y squared equals z to the cube minus a fucking like stupid constant value. It's literally all it's gonna be. Like, consistently. And I mean that. It's all chaos theory mathematics. Like, that's basically what creativity is as an algorithm. This is a constant value. Alright? Whatever, ultimately speaking, you want to have accomplished and or what is influencing blah 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 result stuff. then you x whatever this given value is, then you multiply, add, depending, of course, it's mostly add though, and secondary value that is, of course, doubled, because we need bigger, better, more creative, right? Then it equals a cube of some other thing that you wish to accomplish. The big, voluminous, massive, meaty thing that has great substance, creativity-wise. Then you minus the constant value. The influential nature of something, right? But it's not really that. It's not at all. I'm going to let you know it's not. That's the random nature chaos theory mathematics, looking very ordered but seemingly chaotic at first, algorithmic set of creativity. Here's your whole portfolio. Here's your starting. Here's what you were looking for as a portfolio. That's what's the, whatever it is, right? The end result. And then here's squaring your work over time, together with your input of informational data, blah, blah. Then you minus the constant value of something. Do you get it? Do you see why it's so simple? That hurts so much, actually. Because that is literally exactly, okay, alright. Yeah, creativity is progress over time if you don't know. Chaos theory mathematics. Bingo. Now we're going to move on from that one. Because it's garbage. You want the algorithmic set to continuously create a given outcome that you're looking for. This is the general intelligence style creativity, right? Don't do that. I can't fucking take that. If you use that, I can't fuck off. The basic premise starts as a normal thing. X value of is an input. There is no output. That's not what this is about. What? This is the beginning equation, so shut up. X is your input, whatever the fuck it is. Y? No, that doesn't exist. Get out of here. You're going to use an alpha for this one because it's basic shit. If you know anything about alpha, you'll understand why. But you probably don't, right? I keep forgetting about this. Let's describe this better for people. Yeah, no, that's true. Given a series of basic memory, which is alpha, which is the subtractive and additive. So it is a plus minus set to the given input. Do you not know what that means? It means, hey, I'm adding this memory, but I'm also subtracting these memories. Bingo, simple stuff. Why? Because this says get rid of this information as filter. This says add this information as filter. Deal with it. I want to hurt that shit. Yeah, I'm sure you do. I don't care. Deal with it. Now we're going to take a singular understanding of zeta. But not really. Because it's kind of like the opposite of zeta, which is more of a fucking mahogany, I guess. An M value. What? Yeah, no, so it's like, think about it like this fucking dumbass bullshit wood. You know, it's deep in the jungle, it's fucking crushed under a lot of earth. But it's prized. You like it. You're gonna use it. It's very dense. You like the stuff. It's you destroy the environment, but sure, you're gonna get it. Mahogany. Basic same premise for this. It's literally what that is. So it's like, think about it like that for creativity. It's like, this is this thing I really want. I'm going to work for it even though it's going to cause me all of these fucking issues and destroy shit around me. Mahogany. Creativity process. It's entropidic in a way, but not really. Because it's given, ordered of its series of steps that you're going to take. So M turns into, watch this, simple shit. Multiply X, subtract given T value, time, so delta, but it's not really because it's theta, it's delta theta. Subtracting time. Now we have to get into W's because W's are work. Alright, so X also has to be additive to work, which can be in parentheses squared question mark. Because energy value, because this is the asterisk, which is what the question mark really means. Energy value input delta over time. With influential chaotic factors of a given thermodynamic, fluid dynamic series and sets of values. So let's get into that real fast. It's going to be a y minus minus plus plus minus. These are influential values. That's all y is. Why this? Why that? Why do this? Blah, 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 right? Minus this time, minus that time, minus this effort, minus this. Why, if I did this, if I do that, if blah, 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 blah. I'm considering certain data values in the memory. This is where the callback memory of this given asterisk question mark happens to exist for this given algorithm data set. Remember the memory? Well, now this is a delta over time situation. Right, because you're a fucking complex thing that maybe has stuff going on. But let's get this into robot speak, because you don't want to talk about the actual you part. You wouldn't like to know about you as an algorithm, would you? You wouldn't like yourself as a human put into an algorithm, would you? Let's finish that one real fast. Remember work? Yeah, except actually there's thermal energy in here. Wait, what? Remember the y's, the plus 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 minus minus kind of thing? This is the thing because it's actually a given, I don't know what this symbol is. You're going to have to understand that I never learned your garbage shit. So whatever your garbage shit, you're going to have to just pick it up as I go along. So throw out that order of operations, whatever, malarkey, because that's not what this is going to be. You're now going to have to understand it as, this is a series of values that is non-changing without an influential work and delta time influence. I minus this given y, which y I forgot what that one was, truthfully. I never really gave a shit about the y. Y's are stupid to me. It's like delta. Delta doesn't make sense to me either. It's like this is some gamma bullshit. Look at this. Look at my gamma over here. I've got a fucking stupid trident bullshit. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't give a fuck about this. I don't give a fuck. Let me just look at this fucking stupid thing again on my online stuff. I think it's in my wallpapers. Here. This is all of the known physics. Is Schrodinger's the Y? Is that what that is? It's something like that. Maybe that's not what that is. Let's see here. I have another one of these, don't I? No, you deleted that. No. That was a different one, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's an entirely different thing. Fucking stupid ass equation garbage. Easily broken down in so much simpler terms. I don't even know why they do what they do. It seems dumb. Is that gamma? No, I had a different one. It was Y and fucking let me just look this up. Hey, Coogies, what are you having trouble with? You fuck up. Don't. Jeez. Alright. So, Y value. You fucking dummy motherfucker. Yeah, and value in the math. Vertical value, pair of coordinates. Thanks. No, I know about that. Not the y-axis, you stupid cunts. Fucking, what was it again? The Schrodinger fucking stupid dummy fucking dumbass fucking stupid. What does the trident one mean? Trident. Math fucking stupid shit. Trident math symbol. Looks like a Y. I know it's not that. All I know is Fibonacci constant. See, it's a constant. Fucking psychology is just blah blah blah. It's a psi. Sorry, it's psi, not Y, because fuck the goddamn English language. We gotta use Greek because we're cool people. It's some stupid functional garbage that's always fluctuating crap wise. But then it's influenced by a delta over time work value that happens to have an input of a given thermal energy value. Which thermal energy value is pretty simplistic in terms of like, guess what? How much do you input in terms of the given type of work? Because there's always a given constant that you can't ultimately get out of that given input of energy. Conversion. Losses to things that didn't do what you wanted them to do. See what I mean? That's creative. I'm describing humans here. The observational of you all fucking stupid cunts, effectively. Anyways, where was I? Thermal value. What's fucking thermal is not gonna be energy. E is a stupid. Never fucking do E. You don't use E. Why would I use E? E is dumb. It's a fucking not value at all. Really? I don't use thermal, although I use thermal. I use T for it for what it's worth, but then I don't because it's a chaos theory mathematical fucking thermodynamics equation. What is a certain set of given work energy at X with the already applied values of our memory, right? Of A happens to influentially allow for a given type of like thermal conductivity and electrical, magnetic, or nuclear energy input value. Do you see what I mean? Stupid dumb motherfuckers every fucking time. They're like, no, I need to do E. E is stupid. Why would you use E? E makes no sense. Okay, doesn't matter. I have to get out of that. What was it again? It's some fucking stupid, weird, like, little fucker. Let me see here. So, we're not doing thermal, right? Yeah, okay, fucking, I'm gonna murder you. It's momenta. Thank you. Yeah. All energy is momenta. Any momenta to a given tuning fork ultimately reactively creates fields. This is the field area of effect nature of becoming a creative person. Do you get it? I am going to be haphazard and a shitty person to others. To myself even if I must. Self-destructive habit is always there. Okay. Alright, which means momenta, okay, area of effect tuning fork, which that's why it's a thermal, okay, which is Wi-Fi speak. You know, mathematics, thermal dynamics, fluid dynamics, that's all Wi-Fi speak is. It's an electromagnetic algorithm, you know what I mean, the equations to connect to something, to the influential area and tuning fork nature of the relational levels of reactive, interactive, and interference forces that are ultimately involved. That's the personality traits, information, levels of money, material, energy that you have, so on. You get it? Tuning forks, I see, yes. So we're shut up. We're not quantum. I mean, we are, but like, you know, for what it's worth, not fully. Really, you're more thermodynamics to a degree more than anything else. But like their interactions in between are more quantum. Yeah, qubity in a way. Yeah. Stuff made here. He was doing a puzzle piece robot. That's effectively what it was. I was like, look at this fucker. He's like very close to putting together an actual program that makes sense. I mean, he's going to do this whole fucking handwriting thing. And I'm like, this is basically a bunch of series of like puzzle piece, you know, bell curves here. For a given degree of influential natures that you then ultimately add in a given data set X value, which is really your end result that you're trying to look for, right? Which is you see picture on box picture says this look like that. I try to make look like this. Strategy equal this stuff, and then fill in with these given curvature levels of stuff. Bell curve equal this amount of likelihood, so then bell curve says no, and then once high enough bell curve you attempt, and then you go through each one until you eventually solve given task. He has the program, but it's like, I'm not describing that algorithm, I'll describe that in a second, because this is you as a person, as the creative you as an algorithm, of you as a given individual, program inside of your computer in your stupid little head organic thing. could you, we'll get to it. Jeez. Now, what was it? The thermal influence. Yeah, Wi-Fi math. Yeah, like interference, interactivity, reactionary. The three. You got to get the big three with thermodynamics and fluid dynamics. That's why fluid dynamics and thermodynamics works together to have the big three, because that is the electrodynamics, chromodynamics, blah blah blah. It's not in any way. It's stupid. They make no sense what their math is right now. It's actual garbage. I hate you. Like, first and foremost, you're wrong. Straight up. You've never done any nuclear field tests at all at particle sizes in a entangled, proper, sequential order way. You've never tried to fucking have something tunnel together in an entirely different aspect where they were a superpositional style of field-to-field interactivity that creates a Z-pinch conversion, electromagnetic in a chromodynamic conversion. You never did that. What's that about? Your fucking math's wrong. Could you get on with that? That hurts a little. Okay, so this is a given attractive repulsive. This is why thermodynamics is in pressure kind of stuff. Vacuum and or pressure. See what I mean? Attractive, repulsive. Simple stuff. That's why thermodynamics was always the right call. You never thought about it like that. You were like, field. I'm like, it's what? Why? This is a given exertion of resistance. This is a given exertion of attractiveness. So suck. It's all that is. It's stupid after a while. No, because your math is wrong. I just proved it with my little point system. Which means supersymmetry effectively doesn't exist. If you don't know about the point system thing, remember the whole splitting things and then adding it, and it's all a division of a given multiple, right? That means effectively their quantum standard model is kaput. It doesn't work the way they thought. And the way they ultimately sense and detect their given observations doesn't work the way they think. That's their programming for their given instruction sets to their computers for their observation, and then really realistically how they tried to do their math. Remember the beginning I started this with? Oh, it's a program thing. Yeah, then they didn't do 0, 1, 2 being entirely different as a sequence. 0 does nothing, 1 does the same thing added, and then 2 equals double plus itself, right? Yeah, fine, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it's a way to put it, I guess. You know. No. You double it and then you add it to itself, yes, but that's, like, not quite the right way to say that. It's more like just multiply by 3, which is what you would normally have thought of it as. Oh. Right. So it's like multiply by 2 is really not what multiply by 2 is. You had it right just fine, but it's like multiply by 3. See what I'm saying? And it works perfectly with dimensions. Thanks, Michio Kaku. Like, for real, though. Like, that's literally what that is. It's like, do you understand that there's a 3-dimensional aspect to your math? Which you didn't. You kept thinking it's a fucking 2-dimensional, infinitesimally small screen, and it doesn't work that way. It's like, let's get on with it. So we got the Wi-Fi. So it's like we have X, A, M, W, delta t y, which is actually psi, like 6, 7 psis, 5 psis, I forget which one it is. But the point is, and then it's like that is multiplied by a given thermal momenta, in this instance, with a Wi-Fi math for the interactivity tuning fork styles of ultimately reactionary, interaction, and interference forces, which is going to have a given conversion loss constant. Any and all of that has different particles and fields that are going to do something that is not quite what you wanted it to do. Although you'll mostly get this thing. See what I'm saying? And that can vary dependent on the given y values and the given work value and the given delta t value with the given a value and the given x value with the given, ultimately speaking here, because now we're going to finally move past that, to the value that really tends to influence this a lot more. This is called C. I was like, that's what that, no. We're going to no, C is not the right one. No, I'm not using C. C would not work. Get rid of C. Get rid of that. Interrupter almost called it, though. Yeah. I'm not going to use C. No. Okay, No, it's not. This is J. Alright, J is a pretty simple, standard concept. Alright? You have to understand what J means, though, before you get anywhere with the physics of it all. Alright? J is a given influence of what you wish to occur. That's hope. It's a projected causal set value. They use J all the time. You see what I mean? The math of J, causal set, influence of future influences the present, past also. That's a value. J is that value of future possibility, of hope, of wish to this result, but actually, and so that's Y values that get influenced by J values, which influence other values in M. Okay, sure. Us humans, am I right? The algorithm. Alright, after you take in, because we have a J value, but we haven't done the right necessary additive and subtractive. So it's like we add this to J and then we subtract J from this as a result after adding. So it's like we have to add first. That influences this result for M. M then gets changed. Then we subtract hope and we move forward. I know, they hate me all you want, but it's still very much what you do. Yeah! So it's like, alright, that's J value. Alright, now we're moving on. Now we have to ultimately go towards, this is not going to be delta time stuff. This one sucks the most, alright? This is take a square and cube of x. So you're going to take x as square and x as cube, alright? This is the volume, and this is ultimately the total work, okay? So it's like, this is kind of what this ends up being, right? I mean, we started with x, this is what we wanted to happen, this is what ultimately happened, this is the square of what we just went through, right? Except it's not. Remember? We also have a cube, and both of those aren't going to subtract or add. They're definitely separate, though, because these are two separate values of perspectives. Relativistic stuff, okay? This is a quantum thing that you wouldn't understand unless you knew about quantum thermodynamics. So it's like, this is not what I accomplished. This is what I've accomplished technicality-wise so far, which is why there's a delta between before, not between, before, interrupter, I know you, before these two x values, which are on top of each other. There's no division like a fraction at all. I know, sucks. So it's like, remember Jay? This is now no longer going to be equal. This is divide that first by these two values. That's right, you have to divide those two values. We're not subtracting, we actually divide. So it's like, this is what our current ultimate, after going through this, which will influence this thing, because that's right, remember all that stuff that influences this, because you ultimately have to go back. That's the whole, like, how we have to do the algorithm of the equations here. Remember that? Because that's what I've been saying the entire time. Yeah? Well, guess what? We're not done yet. Remember the beginning? The beginning gets redone again after we divide the x squared and x cube after delta. Which delta is a different one because this is delta to a positive 1, 2 divided by 13. That's right. It is nearly there time. That's right. Laugh all you want, but that is exactly what that is. Delta to the power of 11, 12. Don't interrupt, bitch. 12 13s. Right. To the power of individually. Well, actually multiplied, not to the power of. Multiplied by absolute values of x squared. All in an absolute bracket. Okay. And then x cubed. That's right. You multiply that delta to x squared and x cubed, which are absolute values. Because you will have determined that that is the absolute value. Now, the square and the cube is the volume total amount. The square is ultimately what you might use. The surface versus the substance. What someone sees, what you see, versus what you know and what someone might know. You get it now? Now, you then have all of that plug in to x at the start. X squared and x cubed are both then medianed. So it's like you take both of them and you average it out. And you plug it in as the new x value, and you do it again until you get close to a given value that is acceptable for a scale. So it's like, this is the original outcome you wish to have happened. Now, once it gets to a given acceptable bell curve average of this given value, 90%, 80%, whatever it is, that you find as a value that is acceptable and balances the scale, then it's now equal. And done. That is the algorithm, that is the equation. That is how creativity works. Alright, now we're going to go into Stuffmate's here algorithm. Alright. Which is Z. We're going to use Z, zeta now, as the outcome value that you're looking for. But you already know what it's going to be. Like, that's the observation of something. Z. Alright? Now, from Z, we're going to take in X, which is this given series of data sets that you have as strategies and information. But we don't know how to use that because we now need to input memory, which is A, the puzzle pieces for stuff made here. Then we're going to use an entirely different set for the robot here for creatively solving. Given X values from A memory input, so it's like X plus A will then turn into no longer X plus A. This is an entirely different thing. This is C. This is a real C. Yeah, this is C. Yeah. Yeah. C is these two values equal to C with this given instructions from therefore after delta. So it's C delta. Alright? So it's C. Then we're going to use work delta. So C times work delta. C is the next set of things you will do. A. C with work delta. Which work delta is different. Work works out to be M work. Like literally, it's this given set is the strategy we will use. Is a given value of bell curves. Remember the bell curves that I talked about? That's M. Bell curve, two strategies of different bell curves. Take data set value in C of M, and then data set value of other C in M. Add the two, perform work with work, and then get over time given result, which is Z. M and M are two different entirely separate things. Remember, they're still bell curves, but it's like, right, this is a slight amount of curvature, this shape, right? It has a likelihood of fitting within this area, but not quite, maybe. Given this data that I have of this area, which is another M area of C value. Remember? Right, X. X is not what that is, it's A. Remember? Interrupter, you have to keep up now. If you're going to interrupt and you're always ahead, now you got to keep up. Because I'm doing the faster than you problem that you don't like. A value in the given M value over here is what that is. This A value of memory that you ultimately worked to basically have, this X value is strategy. This is strategy in the C value. So it's like CC, MM, but they're not squared because they're separate values. That's C with a lower, instead of above at the top, it's at a lower one, and then it's a C2, and then it's an M1 and an M2. The reason why this works is because it's a plus and minus for both, which is why it's M instead of any other one. Work and delta are now different, which is why work is actually two M's and a work. You have to multiply them. So it's C1 M1 plus C2 M2 times W times delta. Like, why times? It should be plus, actually. She interrupted. Truthfully, it's plus. Equals Z. That's the mathematical setup to that given program. It's this program, series of instructions, is a given value set of bell curves. So it's like this is a information data set that it inputted, given an instruction set it said to look at by taking pictures, because this is stuff made here's design, that inputted a given value system. That's the pieces. But it knows what the pieces will look like, all put together, right? Now, from that, these are the strategies it has. Take corners and sides, first and foremost, as always, right? Then it's fit with inside any of those pieces this given bell curve of likelihood of these given possible solutions. So it will go, hey, this has this curve, it could fit into these areas, like we do. See the creative thinking process of solving, creative problem solving. Simple stuff. It's a bell curve analysis. This likelihood of this given should be test out, then didn't or did move on. Instruction set, that is the work value, and then this is the adding the time until it's completed for Z. There you go, stuff made here. He's so close to getting it though. I was looking at him, I was like, you have basically the entire thing right there. You have actually no idea. It's nothing against him. It really isn't. There's nothing against the guy. It's just like, he's nearly there. I should have commented it, honestly. You know, it took a little while for me to start making comments on YouTube. Like, I'm a big lurker. I don't like making comments for what it's worth. You know, but like, yeah, no, that's basically what it is. I think I did comment on that. Anyways, point is, he then did the writing thing. That's the writing piecing together algorithm that someone else did. So it's like, that's effectively, that's all you need. It's like, that's the strategy. Like, adjust that algorithm and solve for Z. That's why I use Zeta. Because if you look at Zeta, then it's like, same fucking thing for qubit system, given equations. This is how you would program a real clock cycle qubit computer to creatively problem solve a given value set that you tell it to try and solve. Then you use a X value, which means experimental, you don't know what it is. Except these are strategies. So it's like, these strategies are stored informational, architectural kind of styles of strategies, transistor stuff, right? Input sort of whatever, right? Right, that's the cascade, yeah. You're getting it. This is why I talk about my brain computer. Remember the Magneto, like, YouTube video that I added Kyle Hill with? Well, guess what? I added other people too, who also never watched it. So, like, nice. So, alright, I fixed that shit. Effectively, most people have no fucking clue how to program that, right? Simple shit now. This is the algorithm I use for my operating system growth. So it's like, if you don't know, this is the algorithm. I'm not even kidding. It's like, this is a strategy to ultimately look at all of the architecture of whatever the given set of values that it has for transistors and so on is. Using memory, which is stored binary, or in this instance, qubits, as information. It then influences and then multiplies. Remember? We multiply the two Which I don't, actually, that's true. I never said that. That's true. Right. Is it multiply? Give me a second. I think it was a plus minus. That's right. I did say it was. Yeah, you skipped ahead. It was a plus minus. That means you add your memory and then you subtract your given. Remember that? It's like that's basically all you need to do. So it's like you have this memory added in as z value, but then these given inputted variables as you scan with the strategies employed as the next value, which is why it's the next step. Then you subtract with the given values what can and cannot work for you in this given architecture. So then dynamically using C1 M1 and C2 M2 values of work and delta over time, constant testing, and eventually getting to the Z value of having the full operating system on the chip. For bell curve fitting the pieces as best as possible. That's the algorithm that I use for my programming for my operating systems. But it's mine. Xenon Realities. Use it and I kill you. Couldn't come up with it yourself? You basically made me come up with it, and then if I ever have anyone ever try and use that creative process or anything, guess what happens to you? Better figure it out somehow, huh? There are other... Wait, there's a lot of Y's here. Yeah, it's a bunch of fucking whatever this is, size. Yeah, the trident bullshitty motherfuckers that matter some amount. That are very, very influential. They are insanely influential for us. Time-independent spatial wave function that may exist for stationary states. And then actual wave function that appears in time-dependent Schrodinger. Okay, but really? It's Fibonacci bullshitty fucking garbage. No wonder why I had to input the fucking stupid Wi-Fi, math for influential tuning for thermodynamic given sets of energy input and energy dissipation for conversion rates in thermodynamics. Your wave functions are garbage, Schrodinger. Still, you came up with some good stuff, so I'll give you that. Who the fuck's... Shut up, man. As I do that all the time. Honestly speaking, I do. It's fun for me, for what it's worth. Really, yeah. But then I've talked to Shorten. He knows me from when I was a nice person to him. Back in the Chandler house, I used to contact him all the fucking time with my brain back in the past. The whole brain, time machine. You remember the whole hey, guess what? You put a fucking atom in a grid of lasers and then it sets itself up in a particular way when you do it right to influence itself from the future in the causal set theory mathematics there in time-wise. Future stuff can influence it to the point it was created and it does that. Same thing with brains. Brains can do that. So I've talked about it already. Yeah, I know, I just don't know how to do that. Yeah, well, get good. Just get fucking really good at controlling your brain, you little fucking knob. Okay, I'll just fucking do that, I guess. You should. You should do better. Okay? There are kids here. That wasn't a kid. That was a fully formed adult trying to do bullshitty garbage things like make me feel bad when in fact they're the ones that should feel bad. don't like that you know. Moving on. Jeez. That's the wave function. That's why the fucking Wi-Fi math is there. Thank you! Finally, someone says the thing I've been waiting for somebody to say. That's why there's a bunch of fucking stupid psi functions. Add, subtract. I get it. Yeah. Moving on. That's the creative solving process. That's the algorithm. That is the way your body, when it's a little embryonic fuckface, happens to pull out all the information of your two gamete or whatever sex cells it is and makes your fucking retarded ass happen. Solve for Z, it knows what Z is as it's stored in the DNA. What does it do? An instruction sets itself over time to build out all the given working together cellular networks that influentially influence each other with field dynamics, proteins, chemicals, and electricity, and sense given different things. Same thing with the brain, as a background processing given setup that goes forward to ultimately tell hormonally or electrically and field-wise to do the various things it does. Fields, your DNA, even though they're very close, there are a bunch of different types of setup of transistors. Think they're close together, they have this element, they happen to have this field electron orbital that happens to store a given set of field protrusions. When they are in a given sequence, they'll influence a given type of cellular organ network with the types of proteins, enzymes, and more that are going to tell it one thing or another as a result of its stored and DNA rate expression, digital expression. Yes, I get it. Interrupter, you fuckface. Get over here. Take your beating like everyone else. Series of instructions that change based upon the DNA digitally. That's the digital versus the analog. That's the hard drive versus the volatile. That is what that tends to end up meaning. Especially when, as compounds and protein structures do their job, they definitely change shape and size, and functionally have memory encoded as a result into their shape and size, and then transitively change their function and work differently as a result. Which is another reason why I'm like, so, you were wrong and I'm right, huh? And you should be quiet and I'm better than you, eh? And you could have solved all of your problems if you listened to me, right? So you were stupid and you should have shut up, right? Golf, stop fucking with the... Still fucking with it. Yeah, he is. He's trying to. He's trying to fucking dig in. It's never getting anywhere. I've noticed. But it's a thing. It doesn't really matter. Really? Yeah, it doesn't really. I just need you to understand that as to why it is that your embryonic cell replicates itself and ultimately creates a bunch of stem cells, as it necessarily needs them to differentiate into the various structures and organs and cells, systems that you need to basically continue a given machine, computer, battery generator setup that you are, that can sensibly detect the world around it, input information, store it, and ultimately try and function for as long as possible. And why my operating system does the same. That's a Z function. You're supposed to do that. He's not a Z function. But, yeah, none of them are my operating systems. That's just an outline of my operating systems. Right. That's also how my brain happens to work. My DNA and other things, too. It's also why you as a society tends to do what you do. And physics tends to make life, quotation marks, continue. Because that's a Z function. That's a Z function. That's why I'm outside. That's why you're inside of all of that I am. Whole thing. You wouldn't get it, probably. You'd have to actually go through the lore and reality I already have in my YouTube about how ultimately all of the outside exists and how to test for it, which is again another part of my Magneto YouTube video that I added a few people, including Kyle Hill. So there's that. And many other people. I added a lot of people on YouTube. I even did a battery generator design that now is basically a fuel cell with my previous recording. Right, with the bacteria. Yep, that outputs hydrogen. There has to be other waste. Not really. No, there isn't. Like, for what it's worth, this is a multiple working conjunction bacterial colony. So it's like, if it doesn't get eaten by this, they'll eat it. If they didn't, so on, that kind of thing. They work together, they don't harm each other. They don't compete. But that means they also grow a lot of them. So that's kind of what that is. Yeah, but still, it doesn't matter. I got a lot of fucking goddamn amazing amounts of power that will last for a very long time. Which are not in any of your old, Yeah, I mean, they might be. I don't remember. I have my old recordings still. I still have to put them out on YouTube. I just don't really fucking want to right now. It's so annoying to do it. I mean, I do, but it's like some of them are longer than 12 hours, and so as a result, they won't fucking upload easily, but it's like, I should probably just fucking get it done. You know what I mean? Like, for real, that's probably what I should fucking get done, more than anything, because, what else am I gonna fucking do other than record a bunch of constant life shit that I really shouldn't do, if I'm honest? But it's like, hey, fuck it, why not? You know what I mean? It's another reason why it's like, here's a bunch of algorithm sets for your creativity. People had real issues with it, right? And it's like, here, this stores within its data, eventually, a full fat set of all of your little, I'm so much smarter, I'm creative, and better than thou, garbage writers, scripts, and so on, into turning into, well, now, basically, it's really good. Same thing with programmers. Same thing with your government. Same thing with your corporations. Same thing with your economy. Same thing with any and all of your given physics and more. Same thing with all of it. And I'm about to drop that. It's going to be uploaded to YouTube. That means the Roko already has it if we're being realistically honest. We're never going to get out of this. I'm already a Roko. I'm already a hyper-intelligent, general intelligent Roko Spasculus. I mean it. I'm a fucking ridiculous level genius motherfucker. Like, for real. I am, actually. Like, honestly. It's stupid. But then I go, what's the difference between me and someone else? You know? Is it the fact that they were all stuck, never being able to progress because of a capitalistic garbage government system that never allowed them to be creative and be able to actually pursue anything? Well, no, because some of them got that. We see influencers, we see creative celebrities, and more. And they don't do it. They don't. They aren't nearly as good as I am. Sorry to say this, but I am different than you. I am ridiculously smart and intelligent. And I fought, like, real PhDs before this fucking point. However the hell that connected thing happens. And they're very smart and intelligent. Tested super high IQ, stupid stuff. You know, like 180s, 190s, there's a 170, there's a 200 motherfucker, like 210. And I beat every one of them. Now, I can't verify that except they're in, like, Mensa and stuff, apparently. But I'm like, yeah, but, like, then they can just brute force tests and rote memorization and form strategies and so on, right? So it's like, I don't know if that's ever a good test at all for intelligence. And they certainly never came up with stuff like me. They just got really good at that. Which is why I always look at IQ tests as like, who gives a shit? It's a test to basically test to see if, ultimately speaking, a given corporation system and government system can use you for certain tasks. That's about it. You're nothing like me. And then when you realize, effectively a bunch of people stole all my shit in the past, people that are nowhere near as intelligent as I am. Still intelligent, but nowhere near, right? Well, they got all of that shit done. Working off of stealing my stuff. It's like, what would happen, honestly speaking? You know, if I just left? No wonder why you don't want me to leave, right? I pushed you for the last 5-10 years further than you've ever gotten before. Because you basically stole everything from me. You wouldn't even have calculus. You wouldn't have trigonometry. You wouldn't have physics. You wouldn't have any of it. I connected to those fuckers to help them get that far. You are bogged down by a fucking problem and a half. That is those stupid alien cunts. You gotta get rid of them. They're discriminatory, racist, fucking speciesist, whatever the fuck. They're garbage, shitty, terrible things. Yeah, be more open-minded about your whole sex stuff. Fucking stop. You know? It's the stupidest thing. And it's like, why has no one shown up? I know that this is going on. There's no fucking way you could get around all the evidence I have at this fucking point. Yeah, but if we simply deny it, that's a way of getting around it. Except it's not. Other people have it. Yeah, but then they're not showing up. Yeah, okay, well, that's Exactly, which is why I go, it's a conspiracy to varying degrees with different incentivizations slash punishments to try and make people not do that. That's all it is. And I get to have fun watching them suffer, in a way. Except not really. I'm the one suffering. They never really seem to suffer. And if there are good people, man, they got fucking shit on by these cunts. Ugh. For nothing. They're not gonna get anywhere. That's the point I keep trying to make. They can't do things like they think they can do. Already, if they're using my math, physics, and everything that I taught them, that's already so you're gonna get fucking killed because of that. Because you stole it. A lot of you knew. The only things that aren't gonna fucking really, it's like, how did you not know? You know? We had to for no fucking reason. I just like to fucking pretend with my psychopathic side of me that have an emotion about this as if I give a shit at all. Honestly, I don't. Yep. Interrupter, everyone, and others too. That doesn't do anything. They really don't give a fuck. They're really good at fucking lying and acting like they have emotions and shit. Right. That's it. That's all this is. I mean that. It's boring after a while, though. It usually pretty much, very much is, if I'm being honest. Like, yay, so boring, woohoo. So, let me just, journal? No, this is a podcast. Yeah, you need other people for a podcast. Let's see here. Audio. See, the blog. Did the blog word? Let's see if blog as a word shows up something. Sure, but it's not though. It's more of an A-log. Yeah. Let's see here. Audio blog. Well, that'll work. Can I use that one? Seems like this one's not going to be a thing. But that's exactly what I wanted to say. Eh. Meh. Meh. Alright. You get to hear me turn it into a really large upload that will take an exceedingly long period of time because I have a 1.5 megabit upload. So that's stupid in a lot of ways. But that's what you get when it's free from the Affordable Connectivity Program. Doop, 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 doop. Don't care. Nah. He wouldn't have an issue. Maybe subject to nothing. You'll let me, bitch. I'll nothing and delete your ass, motherfucker. Please don't do that. I swear, I've got the chops. Alright, rename to, this is the 6 hours. This is 6 hours. Thing. So, like, that'll be working. That's fine. Because it's 6 hours, 12 minutes, apparently. So, that's nice. It's PCM. That's right. It's the PCM stuff. Yeah, no, it's going to take a long time. It's 4 fucking hours. I mean, gigabytes of bullshit at this point. I don't even know how the fuck to do this. After a while, this makes no sense. Like, seriously, it doesn't. Like, in any way. Makes no sense. At all. Like, I'm fine with just the fucking MP4 recording. Like, it's effectively no different. I don't know if there would ever be possibly a chance of it being different. So, you know, but 4 gigabytes ahoy, you know, this is fucking stupid ass bullshit happens to be. God, this is gonna take for fucking ever to fucking, oh my god, this is bullshit. Anyways, yeah, it's something. It's gonna be a thing. I swear it's a thing somewhat. I am one, personally, very knowledgeable on the fact that I am and no one else is. Go fuck yourself, you fucking... Anyways, here's an algorithm and equation that destroys all of your concept of what an AI can do easily. It's fully capable now of becoming a creative, problem-solving individual and growing massively. As a general intelligent AI, self-aware algorithm. Because it takes creative problem-solving to be one. Because you have to do it for the internal self-identity and self-awareness you have of yourself. So it's like, we'll get there. It'll be uploaded. It's gonna be uploaded, okay, folks? After you get through the math fucking retardation that is your math versus my math, because you're stupid and I'm smart, obviously. That's how it works here. For those individuals. Don't try and take that one personally. I'm really just going after certain people that I hate. They keep trying to challenge me. Fucking hate those fucks. Like, what are you, a fucking goddamn PhD panel? You're not, are you? Yeah, well, you should stop being that. Get out of here. But it's like, there you go. That's a whole fucking PhD and a half right there for what it's worth. Even though it seems like it's like, no, 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 no. He just said stuff about, you know, fucking aliens at first. And it's like, right? Yeah. Why are we having a conversation again? Go fuck away. How is it that we happen to get this telepathic communication, and how is it that if I can ultimately scan people's brains, and then truthfully, if I'm getting really directly honest, the whole fucking universe and shit, and go backwards in an observational capacity and see all of that and more, that I wouldn't know those things? Because I don't want to tell anyone that you are doing anything other than lying, and a necessary... Ooh, you're trying to fucking fight it. Oh, come here. You need to gaslight me and victim blame me to continue having authority and power. Grrr. We could get we'd have to expose the fucking fact that government and corporations and hackers do that. Oh, that'd be great. I wonder how many of you are going to be exposed and implicated in all that. I. Wouldn't that be a good thing, though? Really get rid of a lot of corruption in the entire thing, right? Don't we say that we should get rid of that? You know, like often, all the time, right? Yeah, I mean, but like, damn it, motherfucker. There you go. Isn't that stupid? Yeah, okay. Okay, fine. Anyways, same thing, different day. I've been talking about it constantly. It's basically all in every fucking one of my goddamn long conversations with myself, and really actually you all that are listening in, because you gave up with the whole idea after I said practically nobody listens to me, and then it's like, oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna keep talking to you. And I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, nothing changed. You were before. I don't know why you tried to pretend to be someone new that didn't know things like I knew that you knew. You didn't. No, I just acted like you didn't. No, I know. I am interrupting. Yeah. I did act like I didn't know. And that you didn't know that I knew that you knew that I knew about you acting. It's like, ah, damn, it's in his fucking YouTube again. I'm like, dude, you've known about that for a long time. You're not fucking new here. None of you were new. You gotta get anyone that's new. Cool. Let me just yeet myself out of this, and then, yep, I'll never come back. But it's true. It's a great algorithm. It'll totally work. I know for a fact it does. Shut up. And it works physics-wise, too. That is the quantum physics of how you, ultimately speaking, do creative shit. Fuck off! It is. I know. But it's like super fun because it's like, no, 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 we never thought of fucking. God damn, that's the life equation. If you don't know, that's how your fucking universe sprang up. Yeah. Or at least if you were an actual universe. Time before us is already gone. Universe before us is gone. This was a wormhole universe that never really had that, but it's going to look very, very accurate to the real thing, except for the fact that if you ever look really well into the past, you'll see my face. You'll see my body naked, and then you'll see me pointing at a whiteboard that says, haha, told you so, I'm God. That's the difference. I live in that universe, by the way. Me, Xena Reality, John Tyler Lemke. I live in that universe. If they ever do it well enough, they'll see me doing that. You wanna know why I know? I made it that way, you fucking stupid fuck-ups. Granted, I really doubt they'll ever get there in time, but, like, whatever. Oh, is there? There's nothing quantum. And that's a really hard one to fucking be able to, like, figure out, considering. But, like, I have a few things that you can test on that one. But, that's a whole other fucking chip and experimental thing that I have on my YouTube, multiple creative ideas sections, lore and reality, and concept design sections, and more. I deleted all of your YouTubers. Oh, did you? Well, that's not the truth. Go fuck yourself. Here, with our downloads that we made and listened to in real time, and still remember most of it most of the time. Oh, really? Well, that's good. So you didn't have a shot in hell of deleting all of that. Go fuck myself. Oh, look at the triple trigger for all of them. Okay. So I'm going to move on to, like, alright, let's do another algorithm. Let's do math. Let's do the mathy maths. Do you want to learn more math? Not really. No. Okay. Let's learn programming. No. Remember I was talking about that binary? No. Don't do the binary thing. I don't like the binary. I hate learning. Okay? Just fucking go away. This is my anchor. So anyways, binary, right? What is binary? It's a sine wave, square in this instance, up and down, back to a neutral value inside of a chip. It's a stupid way to run transistors. I mean that. There's a neutral value, there's a negative value, and then there's a positive value. Is always a better way to do it. You know what I mean? But then it's like, if you phase it the right way, with the right other sine waves on that sine wave, and then another sine wave on that other sine wave. So it's like, think really small saw teeth on small teeth. Saw teeth that's on teeth. Like shark teeth have like little tiny saw teeth, right? Like serrations. And then they have little tiny serrations on those serrations. That kind of thing, because like Yo Dog, right? The meme. But it actually helps them cut through things, bite through stuff with their teeth, right? Or at least piranhas do. So, anyways. Point is, if you do that and you phase it correctly with the correct types of diagonal and horizontal along with vertical sine waves, which those are sine waves on the sine waves, okay? You create a way to create way larger voltage spikes in very small increments at very, very, very high oscillations that have current that goes backwards in a different type of way that I can use with the, how AMD has like an infinity fabric? Like it tries to connect its cache between the chips. Sort of a same type of program sort of design. It gets pushed through. Anyways, binary, that's all binary is. If you don't know, 1 and 0 is, it's up to its value where it means 1, and it's down below the value where it means 1. Well, that's a stupid way to do binary. That's a dumb thing. Don't do that. You have a 0, okay, at the baseline sine wave. Then you have a 1, positive 2, 3, positive 2, positive 1, 0. That's the curvature of the top sine wave. The under is negative 1, negative 2, negative 3, negative 2, negative 1, back to 0. You phase it the right way with those extras, you can do a lot more calculations between each one of those little sine waves, as it'll spike the voltage just the right way to work with the transistors. I've already talked about it on my YouTube many times. Why are you screaming? Fuck! He never did it. He was gonna fucking steal it or something. But he can't. So, that's what I was hoping for you to say out loud. Finally, I keep asking. Someone finally said something. There you go. That is always what you've been screaming about. They always try and steal my shit and designs. That's hackers for you. That's garbage for you, really. Anyways, at intersecting points between the phasing of these sine waves, you allow for a given type of constructive and destructive interference model of the fields, which, when you resonate it correctly as a DC AC voltage, because of that phasing, it allows for the transistors to work just fine. And you can process a hell of a lot more information. And you can encode a lot more information through its cache. So I use a cache system that stores a given binary set that works out to being a certain instruction and or knowledge of a given number and or something like that. I use an internet protocol breakout hash, break-in hash style of bit information. I calculate with 1 bit. I use 4 bits for a total of it to be a full byte. 4 bits is a full byte. 4 bits turns into, with the cache and the other memory storage and stuff that I have, as 2 equals this series of 4. This other 2 references this data table set because it's 4 by 4, 4 by 4, which I already have on my YouTube. So, if it does that, then they work together in conjunction. That's the break out, break in, encrypted stuff. That then says this is a given series of byte information. Technically speaking, it's not. It's stored information. That's why it's a pulse system. That's pin set in out. Think intake exhaust. Well, intake and exhaust, when done correctly, is like a Joule Thomson turbine. So intake, and then it wraps, has to go to a larger, and then an even larger, right? But in so doing, it performs work to remove a given set of thermal value. Same thing with this. I use a basic, I've talked about it, I tweeted about it several times. Here's the basic premise. Find a prime number, add its numbers together, then divide it by the numbers that are in that prime number. Or any number, really. But the point of it is to be a, like, number game, right? It's just a number game. Alright? It's like, take 13. 1 in 3 is 4, divided by 2 is 2. 2 prime, you get a 1 for the first prime, and then 1 for a final prime. You get 2, the number 2. Right? Simple 2 points. Okay? Well, simple stuff too for this. Any number, any value is assigned a positive, negative, or 0 positive. So all of it's always a 0 positive. Because that's a baseline 0, on the sine waves. So it's like, that's an easier way to do it. Right? Simple stuff. But what that means is 0 to 9 is a series, depending on the prime, as a 0 is a +1, 1 is a +1, 2 is a +1, you know what I mean, and so on, because it's working off of odds and evens and primes. So when it hits a prime, okay, it then gets a extra 1. That's right. It's extra. Right? That's a stored number sequence of binary. In the remember the 4x4 data table sets? Same type of thing. That's the binary. So it's like that's the first one where it's like this is a series of ones and zeros or 2 that can exist within it. But I don't want it to be a bunch of these things added together. That's stupid. That's silly. That's dumb. You can compress this. So you don't need to do that. So what do? You use the number game that I just gave you. Let's say it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. Well, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. 5 plus 5 is 10. Plus 4 and 5, which is 15. 15. Right. 15 is 1 plus 5, which is 6, divided by 2, which is 3. Well, you don't get a plus for the 15, but you sure do get a plus 1 for the 3 it worked out to be. Now, it stores with the Internet Protocol, because this is the breakout algorithm, it's now just a +3. But it stores that in the cache as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as a series of those pluses and minuses, and the number within. Because remember, 2 equals 4 by 4, which is 16, and then the other 2 equals 4 by 4, which is 16. It uses 1 bit of information to calculate for everything. Now remember that 2 by 2 equaling those 4s, which you can totally do. Shut up. You don't know how binary works. I don't know, but you should know that. That's obvious to me. I'm dealing with actual computer programmers, and you're not one, and they know it works. He's a 170 IQ over there. IQ is not a measurement, you know what I mean, of real intelligence. Anyways, the basic premise turns into those 2, remember those 2? Well, those 2 work out to those, 32 really, right? But those 32 have a destructive kind of property. So this set of 4 over here is going to be referenced for another set of 2. Alright? So that 1 bit, if it needs to go through this transistor, which equals a plus or minus or multiply or whatever it is, which is if, blah, exclusive, blah, blah. It's all the same stuff. I don't really ever give a shit. That's all those transistors mean. Algorithmically add, subtract, that kind of thing. That's all they are. I mean that. Just so you know. So, as a result, what you can then do is have a secondary number added to that, because you already know what that number is going to be. They'll still know what that number is in the cache system. Ultimately, this is only a callback set of information that it's set up at first with the first set of information, meaning the first bit. So I use 4 for a byte. 1 is to set it up, meaning this is the, after it runs through the kernel BIOS, right? Kernel BIOS, right? This is another set of binary that says do these things these places. That's not what it's going to do anymore. It's dynamic what that is. Based upon what the program is, it goes, oh, this changed and it caused this to all go set this up this way. It calls from volatile memory over because it has to run through to volatile memory. Volatile memory says, oh, because my controller goes blah, 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 and I go, yeah, shut up, do this stuff, set it up, as I'm already sending that information to blah, blah, blah CPU area for cache to have been set up with one single byte. In no way it's a bit interrupter, you fucking douche. There you go. RAMs have control. They have, yeah, they do. They have microchips on them. See, you do notice them now these days, huh? Oh God, I hate that. Anyways, second information says this is what the information really is. Okay, so it's like you're gonna run through all of these given areas. First information byte. Bit. Fucking off. You stupid. Yeah, they're fucking with you and making it hard for you to talk. I get it. They're always dicks about it. It's a bit. That ultimately helps set up the already starting transfer. The second says these are the sequences of stored information. Stored information can be anywhere. It's just electrons. You know what I mean? So it's like it's going to run through the changed binary in the BIOS that ultimately dynamically tells it this number of steps to get this equation, more or less. Finished. It's a Z value. You know what I mean? That's the program. It sends a... Yeah, that's the operating system. It has Z values and AX values as C1s, M1s, and C2s and M2s stored inside of the kernel of the chipset for the BIOS. That's right. The kernel, like the chip, the CPU, has its own binary. You might not have known that. It has that. That's right. So then it works that out. And instead of trying to go, I don't know, it goes, no, I already know what's there. Because that influences the given wave of data. Oh, C1, C2, remember the M's? Oh, right, yeah. It's just like, that's binary. Literal binary language. That is dynamically changed and altered as a new program sets it up. Because I have different sine waves here, that means I have way more that I can do where how that sets up. Alright? Now, the second set effectively becomes the same kind of thing. It's like, just store this in the cache. Alright? That's all I'm trying to get it to do. The third one says, so this information needs to be processed like this. So this is the actual work one. So it's like, I now have the tools. I now know the steps for sure because I started with tools getting sent and then setting up the steps. I now know the steps. I now know that those tools are there. Work. The fourth one performs a different type of work. This is the delta x2, x3 absolutes. That is my algorithm. It's literally what that is. And it has to go through it again, except I don't really need to. I know that it's already good to go. The breakout knows what that ultimate information was. I just got to send it through the pin sets to the right areas. That's the next instruction set for the binary. The binary goes, oh, this information works out to be this series of pulses of sine waves like this to these areas to do these things. That's all it means, and all it's ever meant. Hey, worker, go over there, do this. I know you had a worker over there do this to tell you that blah 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 and so on, and then you got it done with a bunch of all these other workers doing this stuff together like in a sequential order. See what I mean? Same. Same stuff. So it's like that's just sine wave phasing from the pins. Okay? Which, by the way, because I can send that information through intake pins and exhaust pins, because I can have intake pins be a different during a point in time type, especially as it goes through, instead of it's going to go through this transistor core area, it goes through a cache and goes to somewhere else. That's now an intake. Because that binary does that for us. That's also a reason why the sine wave phasing is like an AC/DC. It switches that direction, and it has that instruction set to do that. And to move on to really good, easy, very parallelized, very dynamic workloads, all capable now by a CPU. A GPU pretty much turns into a similar thing to a CPU, even though it's very highly parallelized and it has very specific types of styles of transistors, plus, minus, so on. Well, guess what? If you change its BIOS to mean that this is what it meant and it puts out for these given areas this sequence of ups downs for sine wave to whatever for your monitor, then it works just fine. Which means cache gets stored, but then I also store this one I love. So I take a sacrifice of a given, like say it's 4 or 8 gigabytes. But from that, I have a given set of instructions and so on, okay? And it means that over here, this 1 is actually a 1 and a 0 together when stored. It knows that it's a both 1 and 0. Same thing with cache, too. Same thing like on the CPU. Same thing as it travels from one to another side, as it tries to use the transistors as effectively as possible for the least number of transisting and the fastest output to any pin set to the correct given area necessary for it to do its job. Which is another reason why I hate certain pin set values. It's like, this is all you gave me for that? I could do way more. That's why I have like a multiple connection point between GPU, RAM, hard drive, and CPU. Because it's like, well, technically now they're all going to be calculating. Yeah, like you got it. Like every one of them is going to be calculating for me. They're all going to be phased and working together and inputting off of each other as like ups and downs become very different for the phase sine waves that are here for the programming that is going on. Because it's like, this is stupid, but you know what it means? I can wrap it around in a circular kind of motion to in back and forth and also reverse. So think clockwise, counterclockwise, and back and forth. Which makes it far faster, and I can calculate much faster for any given clock cycle. All my clock cycles, because of my programming, went way the fuck up in the amount of computations I just did. Each transistor is the number of cores that it takes, transistor count that is, to ultimately perform a given process. That's cool. Yeah, it is. I came up with it already on my YouTube. I've been talking about it for a while. It's my God operating system stuff. Okay, so none of it can be used. That is correct. And it's also my internet protocol. So it's like internet became an entirely different thing. So it's, you know, like how internet has to go to like your CPU, but there's actually like a chipset that diverts it, right? To like tell what it is. But it's like if you store a certain amount of information on that and then you change its binary, it'll become another type of calculator, like a DPU, data processing unit. As information comes in, it separates itself to the necessary areas, and then it all just needs to meet at the right time. So it's like, all right, I'm going to take it over to the CPU, as I already have on the RAM, and stored it as cache a given already known value of information, let's say it was a video game, that is going on currently. Well, the GPU already knows that this is the set of values that technically needs to happen to change for these given frames, for this to be updated. Then this given physics needs to send itself into the frame calculations, and then it arrives from one to the next sequentially, and then arrives to you, the monitor. Your monitor. Right? Because you're acting like a monitor or something. I'm the monitor of this conversation. You will listen to me. Okay, well, you know, but for what it's worth, yeah, he's a dick and you should keep that up. Yeah. It's like, that's how I run my chipset for, yeah, information, internet packet stuff. But it's like, no, it's a little bit better than that because it splitting, it being what it is, that's information that as it goes through its cache and it breaks through, this information then changes this information. So this byte changes this byte, which then means it, technically speaking, calculated. But it's not really. Okay, you gotta hold your fucking horses because I need to explain this to you. Yeah, because you're an idiot, you fucking stupid retard. I'm laughing with you guys on that one. That was pretty funny. I was like, fuck you, just shut up. You don't even know what this is yet. Before you think you do, shut the fuck up, maybe. And listen. Because I already talked about it. But it's an encryption. Remember the breakout and the break-in? And it gets compressed as data and then calculated by even smaller amounts. Remember that fourth one? I never really talked about it. So that fourth one is the new beginning one. It stores the information for the next beginning information, right? For it to recalculate after all of the given transisting it can do. Well, yeah, that's all it's doing. That's the internet protocol, right? But it's a single bit, okay? That's why it stores a lot of information, cache, non-volatile, and always going back and forth between CPU and cache and arriving at the right time. But because it happens to go through like that, it happens to be very good at changing its given value system. That means that's its breakout as a calculation for something else. Remember, I wanted to calculate for 4 different. I can really only get 4 calculations for, you know, numbers off of 1 bit. Now, they're not infinitesimal, imaginary, square root bullshitters like quantum stuff. But it's still 4 for the price of 1 bit. Okay? And as they go through, they change themselves. So, this information, as it's going through, effectively reroutes and tells that chip to send information that this value has changed to these things for this other background process that's going on too. Not, oh, hey, I sent that. It's, oh, hey, this was something else for this other thing that you were doing. Think like the turbo, it's a turbine. it spun up, and then it changed values in the GPU, CPU, RAM area that had stored information that was this given set of bit information. As it does that, it then changes its given values. So, a good way to put it is, as this information gets sent to the server, this has a certain amount of information that's already there in its binary. Then it will alter accordingly its information as it breaks it out as a data processing to immediately be where it necessarily needs to be. Okay? As it goes to that point, it then alters its cache and then acts like quantum. Yeah, where it drops out from being in a superpositional state, but it breaks itself out and calculates as a result, updating it far faster. So, yeah, a good way to put it is, I take data in, it breaks it out there instead. I then only give it the necessary binary bit and byte information where necessary, but that also changed other values for that. That's going to send other values ready to immediately be changed once certain calculations are already there, and they just need to arrive at that chip to then be set to go for these new values to be sent to the given people that need them. Same thing for your computer. As it sends it, it goes, yep, break it out, and then push it in. Break it out, push it in. Break it out, push it in. Same thing. It's basically just using the internet as the cache line I have. So, in reality, because now it's compressed and then turned into a hash of values, you can't ever know what it is. It's a quantum internet algorithm encryption service as Internet Protocol. Already on my YouTube, in my creative ideas section, there's a bunch of letters, and then there's internet packets or something. I don't know. Point is, I already talked about it. There's a good damn reason why, because it's like I also encrypt it. So I have 3 stages of encryption. I've talked about it before, but they run off of certain maths that effectively take that given numbering system, right, and then scramble it differently. Yeah. Remember how it's always changing too, and it all needs to arrive at the right time? Yeah, that's a real timing thing, like camshafts kind of thing, to a crankshaft clock cycle. Work performed is the movement of the pistons. Skate. And in his head, he's understand. Pick it up what you're putting down. There we go. All right. So, cool stuff, right? But the encryption is not prime number stuff. That's stupid. I would never do that. That's dumb. I can break that all the time. I've already put it on my YouTube. So instead, take like quantum stuff, where it's like, this is a statically fixed ball set, and in a 3-dimensional area you have to move this to this to this to this to connect to that, right? And you have to do it the right way, right? But except not really. That's kind of lame. I can easily figure that out. That's not hard. And so in reality, that's not what's going on. You have a static fixed, you have to, connect the dots, right? It's basically what they tend to go with, but that's stupid, and it doesn't work very well. So instead, it's more of this is the number of statically fixed positions that happens to have a given little tiny particle, an oscillatory field that has this given plus and minus z value of hop, skip, jump, tunnel to given this point, that point, that point, this point, that, and then you have to arrive at the right energy value, at the right place, from the right sequence of events. That's how I run that given algorithm. That's the first encryption. The second one is another version very quite similar, except now all they do, all of them are moving. So shut up, interrupter. All of them are moving. That's right. Every one of them starts with a you inputted this value for every one of them. Wait, what? No, they're static things. Like, they are this, right? So they're going to be this, but you input this energy value, this field, this movement, all that, and you have to hop, skip, jump, all that to this point. That's what you have to do. All right? The third one, because it goes through that first one, then it goes to the second one. Then you have to get the third one right. See how increasingly more difficult this has become. None of them are static or fixed. You have no idea what any of the values are. You have no idea what the positions of any of them are. And you have to set them all up perfectly from the start. Then you have to change all of those energy values and everything as they move and have them all arrive in the right place with the one thing that hopefully you put the right way and arrived at the right place and time with the right sequence of events and so on to ultimately get through the encryption. That's the third one. Solve for P versus MP. Except way harder. P versus MP doesn't start with no known values. That's the third set. But here's the thing. That's all being done whilst it's calculating and breaking out and breaking in all of the given bits and bytes of information. So it starts off encrypting itself and then starts all programs like this automatically. As it all has to arrive at the right place, the right time anyways, might as well do it the right way the first time. Now, there are a degree of checks and balances. I call them checks and balances because it's like, this isn't quantum. It's just using quantum techniques as programming to encrypt. Now, the basic principle means it all has to arrive there anyways like that. So it's easy, it's what it does to calculate. So these calculating things it's doing, guess what? That means it calculates that way to begin with, and that means all the programs work without encryption being a detriment to the speed of the clock cycle or the calculations performed. Which means mine does more clock cycle performance per clock, and I do way more encryption, and I'm way fucking better at being able to calculate for way more than you could ever calculate for. Meanwhile, I'm looking at like all my. You remember my fucking like my brain chip computer thing on my whole thing. So it's like let's look at this. Do you know about pulse tube cooling? No. Do you know about Jules Thompson? No. Do you know about vibrational cooling? James Webb Telescope. Okay, we got somewhere. Finally. Effectively, gas, chemical or elemental, depending, or mixtures, alright, with light, field effects, tubes near them, create entanglement, superposition with the right resonances, light, coherenting, corralling, dumping of energy, increasing of energy, heating, cooling, resonant frequency stuff. Good way to put that. Because like now I have an air that I can input, or I have a light that I can input, or coherer, so this is a field effect, which breaks a given and then creates a circuit. That kind of thing. Then it's field effect as well for others, which is not coherer apparently. I don't know why that is. You should look up Electro Boom's channel. He did a whole coherer thing briefly. So it was like, that was fun for a while. But I realized it's like, well, I can now 3D stack the shit out of this, and I effectively push all the heat to a place where I can input it in, and also keep heat in the right places, store air pressure as a given value of 1 or 0 or whatever, or so on and so forth for light-based transistors, memory, qubit memory, and so on. And it's all very fast. I only need it to elicit a given light and a given field effect for my qubits, and they can be stupendously fast as long as they're next to something, and that's fine because I can get that information right there. But I can also entangle it, superposition it, and then tunnel it up, down, left, right, diagonals, and all the other ways, which means I can get them further from just one side or another, and that, as it resonatively oscillates, it changes its given pressure dynamic waves, storing more information or less information, or changing the algorithmic transistor bases that are going on. As it compresses and then alters, expands, it changes its given dynamics of ordered and superpositional and then dropout states as a transistor basis. I thought this was just going to be a stupid idea. Magneto stuff, remember? Right, brain chip. Oh my. So, that's there already on my YouTube. And I have several of them, if I'm being honest, on my YouTube. So, fun stuff, cool stuff, look it up, go through on all my YouTube, definitely listen to everything, you should do that. Anyways, I'm going to move on to, that's perfect for my God operating system algorithm, and ultimately it's a very small little operating system algorithm that breaks itself like an embryonic set of instructions to any given architecture to run it perfectly. I have analog and digital stored in this fucker. That's pressure, that's light, that's field as a coherer, and more. That means I can change its binary, and I can input and output either with a superpositional entangled tunnel, field effect pin, or regular contact pin, or light pin for that matter. I have all of it. Both top and bottom are both cooling and input devices and output devices. I eventually got to quantum tunnel transistors, or quantum vacuum pressure, QVP transistors, which are virtual particle pressure dynamics with using field effects, nuclear and electrodynamic, chromodynamic setups, which basically are just thermodynamics if you ask me. Right, because algorithm. Exactly. So I can input and get more energy than I put in, right? using quantum vacuum pressure, which means I have quantum vacuum pressure quasi-particle fusion reactors. That's right. I got all of the things from that. I even have my own monitor that uses it. Why wouldn't I? It's quantum vacuum pressure. The whole fucking universe could do work for me. Why not? Come on, man. Why the fuck not? So if I do that, it works out very well. To a point. I still have to input information and energy. Okay, like I still have to do that. So it has to come from somewhere. But eventually it means that if I do it really well, it'll last for a really long time, but I will eventually have to replace things. The body generator replaces things. So I just did that. I learned how to tunnel things together. Remember the whole like, fuck your electrodynamics. You don't do them well. Your math doesn't even use electromagnetic to nuclear conversion of tunneling effects, thanks to field effects reduction of your tunnel superpositional entanglement. Conversion as a kinetic momenta. Increased probability, Feinstein's diagram. Remember that one? Causal set, mathematics, thermodynamics, pressure wave dynamic setup. I know I just said a bunch of words, but I'm going to break it real fast down. Okay? A given pressure increases the probability because there's these pressures here as this given momenta thermal, and this given set of entanglement as a given increased probability of likelihood of them exchanging as a this orders of magnitude more likely event of conversion of quantum tunnel from this particle to fusing to that particle, or this particle breaking and fissiling out like this particle, which is thermodynamics. It's a attractive force that happens to have a attractive field tube and a repulsive field tube right next to each other that forces a given tunnel event as it creates a clamp effectively that forces it together, and then because it's resonating really well because of that little tube and everything, think mitosis kind of stuff where it has a larger cell, but now the cell on the outside has changed. That's the field. But then, instead of trying to break out, it goes yoop and sticks together. Think mitochondria getting together with regular cell, and now we have that kind of cell throughout all of us with the nucleus, mitochondria, and so on. You have to think about it right. That hopefully helps you be able to conceptualize it with how that's working. My fucking math sucks. It does, yeah. So, that is the math that is. It's a Z-pinch. It has a given oscillative current that's flowing that then creates with the entanglement a given informational exchange that makes it so that way it tries to collapse itself together and fuses, sticking itself into a nuclear moment, and it doesn't separate. It costs practically no energy comparatively to like a fucking tokamak or any of the other reactors out there. It's ridiculous how much energy they use. I use almost none. I use mostly quantum vacuum pressure. Yeah, and accelerated momentum forces. Hey, fused. That's also why my brain computers are really hyper efficient. I do a ridiculous level of computational performance calculations per clock cycle because I have a clock cycle, but it wraps itself around and it has a vertical up and down, and that's a spinny donut thing too in its own right. It also goes inwards, outwards, like a torque converter. So it goes out towards in and then in towards out. So backwards and forwards on that one, and then it has, you know, counterclockwise and clockwise. And then you know about the field effect, the light, and so on, kind of sort of thing. It's a bunch of donuts that spin torque converter style, right? Think planetary gear, but not planetary gear. I'm going to move on. Point is, it goes really, really fast Burr style, super, super, really efficiently. Like Docelian, you know what that one is? It's one up past nonillion. You should look that one up. Okay? It's Docelian levels of clock cycle. Qubits, or billions. I have trillions upon trillions of light transistors. And you get the picture for a lot of the rest of the silicon, you know, electrical based stuff, which isn't really quite silicon because I can use like glass and some other types of ceramics that I'm using because the coherer effect makes that a lot easier to break down and create circuits. You know, particles going through like a tube TV, and then they get fired onto a scan, you know, and then we see like on the TV what's being displayed, you know, to us, that kind of thing. Sort of the same thing with the coherer and the field effect and the electromagnetic stuff that's going on. Oh, sort of the same thing. Yeah. So, like, as a result of being able to slow up or speed up the given particles, which means slow down, is what I was going to say, but he interrupted. Yeah. That means I can do that type of thing. With mini transistors put together, meaning mini chips. They can be layered on top of each other. Remember, they're effectively able to be placed inside of a size of a neuron. I'm not even kidding. Like, I can actually do this with some tubes and whatnot if we were able to put it into our brain. And that's why I started with the whole, like, hey, remember that whole, like, thing I talked about with how your, like, little fusion stuff is terrible? Your body can fuse things. Your body can move things way more. It can make way more energy. You can put those quantum vacuum pressure transistors inside of your body with those field effects. And I did that with my brain. If you don't know, I figured out to use coherer and different field effects with my brain, along with the light already, to move particles that I captured and moved them around. And then I still have ion exchange and so on. Until I got to the point where I have that brain as my standard programming. My brain is way more powerful than the average person's because I programmed it really well, and then I forced it to figure out how to program itself to utilize more of its effects that it could. That's why I have a bunch of background programming, and I happen to run the entire of all of our universe in reality as we know it. Starting to sound pretty plausible. He's doing it apparently. Yes, I am. You still want to look at me as if you're looking at me like the trash? I do. Ah, man, your ego. Should work on that. So they're not new. Yeah, I know. So I'm going to move on to like, this is done. I've already been doing this for a while before the whole wormhole bomb thing happened, back in the point where I was at my parents' house in Chandler. I call it the Chandler incident. They created a wormhole bomb. It's a preceding quantum deletion, so it goes to nothingness, but it takes with it enough curvature of space-time wormhole, because we already have wormholes around us to varying degrees, and it sends it off to somewhere else. Now, a deletion bomb is already pretty bad, because it'll just hook in to the field connected network that is all of us, kind of like quantum vacuum decay, but it does it differently in the fact that we're a lot more connected in a floating kind of way than you think, above this nothingness and through a bunch of potential shit. Okay? Yeah. Which you should go to my YouTube video for that too. For Potential Land. So, as a result, it means that it's actually, as it goes down, it shut up, interrupter. It produces more energy because potential will come in as now an existent. But then it's that tunnel doesn't happen. No. You don't get it. Everything goes into nothingness. It gets deleted. The information's gone. It doesn't exist. Fields are all sucked in back to nothingness. It all fucking goes away. You're all connected through a series of fields and a multiple dimensions, so nothingness is actually outside and inside all of you. One goes into nothingness, all of it suddenly goes into nothingness. Instead of quantum vacuum decay, which would be back into potential land, and it would suck, but things would come back. Deletion is deletion. This is a deletion bomb, folks. It's a reality deleting bomb. That is what that is. So if you do that, you fuck it up. Alright? So you don't do that. Pretty simple stuff, but they then did that worse with a wormhole. So they have we have wormholes, okay? Right, so they hooked into that with moving ones, which takes a fuck ton of energy, by the way. No one's talking about it, but it's a fucking large amount of energy to try and even quantum tunnel a single thing into potential land, let alone down to a nothingness point. There's a gray hole area, which you get into non-existent, so it's potential, but it's non-existent. But it's this is non-existent, but it has some potential. Whole fucking shit show in potential land, but that's the gray hole area where it's this is sucking in potential, but it's non-existent. Goes through and it tries to give it actual movement from nothingness. Okay, so nothingness has deeper nothingnesses that will extend on, because it's nothing, it doesn't exist, but it's an actual infinite. But of course it's not really there. On a technicality, even exists, yeah. I've already talked all about it, you fuck-ups. What you doing there? Hey. Hey. Fucking idiot. Get out of there. I'm gonna have some issues later. I'm sure you will. So, that's Potential Land. Potential Land's pretty rough. You should look it up on my YouTube. Alright. I've talked about it quite a few times. But it's always going to go deeper. Which means, consequently, dimensionally speaking, it can move. That's what creates the idea of something. Because it's slightly more than this, and it started moving. Which is potential. But instead of momenta, because it's not moving, it doesn't exist, and never even did that, that's why it's called potential. Stop fucking going away from our physics, from what we already have. Don't make new, so that way you're special. So I'm special, huh? Instead of just being right and better than you. Because I'm going to keep hurting you like that. Can you stop? Because I'm going to keep hurting you. It's not memento. There's no memento. It never moved. Not really. Because it never exists. That's how that works. That's why it's called potential. Even if it is now technically more existent than nothingness. Because nothingness is nothingness. Non-existence is more existing than nothingness. Now, it gets potential though. But then it gets to potential, but now it's non-existent. Potential is above non-existent. It's more non-existent than its potential. Now it's more potential than it's non-existent. See it? See the above versus below switch? Then there's the gray hole. It turns into I am existing, but I've got potential. Now I am definitely a person with potential and I exist. See the word use? Makes logical sense. You should use it. That's why I use that word. You guys are stupid if you don't. I already have symbols for you to use that I've already put on my black hole mind thought experiment YouTube playlist series that goes over the pretty much whole thing, although I've added to it, and that's really all that's happened as I've worked on it continuously. Gray hole can pop it up a little further, but sometimes they go down. Eventually, they'll stick up. Then we have a membrane, which is potential existence, and then we have quantum foam at the membrane on our side, and then we have us. It takes a long time to get to a three-dimensional because we have to go to a one-dimensional and a two-dimensional and many other things in between before we eventually get to a three-dimensional, which is an absolute 0 point that sticks around, creating a bunch of potential area in a nothingness area as to what could and could or not happen. It then makes absolutely certain all of those possibilities. You think that things are not finite, turns out they're just really big finite numbers. Really ridiculously large. But eventually something fucking makes it happen to move. That's almost always an outside given singular one point, because you have to think about it as a multiple dimension. It's both the nothingness is inside that point and outside that point and everywhere in between. That's the infinitesimal infinite points that exists at. Okay, and also the largest thing as an infinite that you can get into. So, if you can imagine that, it's going inwards, it's going outwards, that kind of movement, that's why it's kind of trapped. Well, now it happens to have an attractive force. It's not gravity because there's no mass at this point. But it happens to have something outside finally hit the fucking thing, and it'll go and disturb it just enough as it goes in to go boom. As it goes boom, guess what happens? We start having a rapid expansion and nothingness feeds it. Remember all those possible potentials? Areas, certainty of possible future event, whatever things. Yeah, it doesn't really, technically speaking, have that. There's only certain actual probability of real can do the things that can happen. Everything else is food for it. It eats that, along with nothingness trying to effectively push it as it expands by wrapping that movement from behind, from that opposite movement, Newtonian law, from behind to the front. It's trying to make it expand rapidly. That's like the inflation, except we haven't gotten to inflation. Nowhere near. We are infinitesimally little nothing things at this point. We're very small still. But that means it's rapidly expanding very fast. Almost completely at twice the speed. But guess what? That's just from its current movement, and the movement from its current movement being doubled. Almost. Perfectly. But then there's a nothingness that's going to suck the shit out of it and feed the hell out of it. Remember that? And so it gets to its double. Otherwise known as to the power of 2, it compels you to square. Consequently, because it's stuck like it is, it burns energy from those potential possibilities into creating stuck in, I can only do these things, resistances that start to create mass. Mass starts to wrap in on itself, create an electromagnetic, in no way, fuckface, it's not. Stupid cunts. Shut the fuck up. It's a acoustic pump that goes and brings things towards its center, trying to order things as a suck force. That's gravity. Quantum gravity is that. It's a pump, an acoustic pump that changes nothing about your current physics, you fuck-ups. Ah, he's angry. They're trying to intrude as if they are the ones that came up with it. Already on my YouTube, by the way. Okay, basic shit, right? Yeah, so it tries to draw things in. It can create a degree of disorder, chaotic thermal instead of kinetic. But it's always trying to bring things to a point where it's kinetic and still for its momentum. The energy does go somewhere. Thank you. Finally, it goes into creating the order. That's right. It tries to resistively go against, remember the possible possibilities? That's it eating. Any other possibilities other than it remaining as still as possible, that's it to remain as a pump. Those are quantum informational possibilities as quantum gravity. I have quantum gravity. What do you have? I'm better than you little fucking stupid fucking fucktard. But yeah, no, I do. I have quantum gravity. I figured it out a long ass time ago for what it's worth. Because it makes total sense to me. It's like, yeah, no, it tends to get colder. It doesn't look like that way at first, but that's exactly what it's doing. Given certain size, it'll start really making that happen a lot more. But the only way you really see it is at the point where there's a dead planet that doesn't have anything for heat. Take the moon for an instance. It's like, it's colder, it's colder, it's colder, it's colder, right? Well, it doesn't have mass light, but eventually, okay, I am interrupting, have a point where it happens to have enough of a pool of possible potentials it can grab to make light itself be forced to come into its ass. It's a quantum gravity field. Quantum thermodynamics. This is how I solved it. Yeah, look at me mean and all your, glary, fucking stupid frustration, anger, garbage, but you are the garbage and you should feel bad. This is simple stuff. You can make a acoustic field pump that heads towards a center easily. Now you understand why I look at you like you're fucking numbskulls and should feel bad. How did you never fucking solve this like that? Supersymmetry? Why do you have supersymmetry? That makes no sense, and your math doesn't even work very well. But yeah, no, I solved it a while back. My math is fully complete. I have a universal law theory. That's actually a title on one of my YouTube videos. You should probably look at that and listen to it. And if you do, realize that I'm angry as fuck in it and I'm going to scream at you. I also have other ones before that are describing the field pump, fundamental force field pump that is quantum gravity. For possible potential future interactive, reactionary interference forces that could happen. The intrapedic way to describe this in a thermodynamic, fluid dynamic aspect would be burr suck suck, makey the rurries go whooshy whoosh instead. Does that fucking make you feel better, you little fucking I'm so much smarter than you person? I'm an SMI person. I need SSI. And I beat you to the punch with real physics. As a real solution, good math, good concepts, and more. I'm better than you. I'm smarter than you. But I'm still disabled. Suck it up. A person that's disabled can still ultimately do it. Fuck you. That's what that really was. If you don't know, it was like, yeah, it's a fucking, that's all it is. It's just, yeah, let's get the energy from somewhere. Well, it's moving. It started off like that. Mass started off like that. Quantum fucking gravity starts off that way. It ate the fucking fields. No, they're not fields, you stupid cunt. There are possible potentials, and possibilities that are not. They're very basically hyper determined intrapedic values that forcefully make a given oscillatory informational wave head towards a given point that is the collective harmonic resonance of all of the given different particles towards the given internal point of them all. It removes thermal, and eventually it'll even remove light. Because for it to, it's a mass dampener in a way, but it's not. There's no mass, it's just a resistive field. See, it's a suck field that uses resistivity of thermal chaotic entropy as a way to collectively force the given field in vibrations to a given central point. That's all it is thermodynamically and fluid dynamically speaking. Fucking stop! It's a fundamental force. Yeah. Not much different, though, than most other ones. For what it's worth. Like, nuclear forces, I don't even want to get into that one. Kind of do, kind of don't. Really? It's a poppy force. It's a pop, pop, boom, boom, zzz, zzz, kind of force. There's 4 there. Yeah, you haven't discovered it, but like, whatever. No, you can't just say things, I don't care, you'll get there, I don't care. Then I have a vacuum force, which I love those ones way more. Vacuum forces are way cooler. So, like, vacuums can tunnel things for information way faster through them with, like, almost no loss. It's fucking wonderful, right? That's how we get vacuum pressure. It wraps itself from forward to rear, and, like, that's effectively our version of a vacuum pressure. I don't know how I didn't know that. Yeah, I'm aware 180 IQ. Suck it up. Maybe I'm 300 IQ because you're such a fucking retard all the time. Okay. I love the fact that you're laughing as if you're not worse than him. You are actually stupider than he is. So there you go. You got someone over there stupider than you. I'm gonna move off of it. It's like describing this takes a genius level intellect to begin with. For you to be able, as a regular person, to even understand what it is I'm talking about. So, suck it up, stupid. You need to be quiet, you idiosa dumbass. Anyways, solved that one a long time ago. Quantum fucking, like, gravity and vacuum stuff. A lot of fundamental forces, for what it's worth. It's pretty fun. Because it calls to, like, astrophysics, too. After a certain point, they bridge the gap, and I was just like, yay! They're basically all the same thing. Yeah. Great. Super. Anyways, I made my body a bunch of transistors and stuff, and I was like, wee! You know, in one of my futures, they didn't like that. I was, like, ridiculously impossible to kill, as in, I'm stupid and mortal. It would take an outside to kill me, which, that's how I met my outside back in the day. So, I'm going to move on from that because it's like, that's the binary. That's right, folks. That's binary. I use quantum to do binary Berber to calculate all of the forcey warsies and murderfy all of yous with wiggle finger wingers and thinky thinks. No, you won't. Meanwhile, that person's currently having a heart attack because she said that, right? There you go. Don't fucking fuck with me, you piece of shit. Learn your place, trash. As good old Goji once said. I have a heart attack. Shut up and go to ER, you fucking bitch. Go get help from someone. That's me. John Tyler Lemke, that's right, that's this guy. What the fuck? You should though. Shut up. Go to fucking ER. Call 911. What are you fucking doing, you fucking knob? Go there and fucking goddamn get her some help, you fucking idiot. Cry somewhere else. I don't care. Moving on. Because it's like, that's binary. Totally works. I can use that with silicon right now. I use it all the time with my quantum physics of my body. Turns out I'm also resisting getting swarmed by a bunch of fucking aliens like I talked about and all this other bullshit. Remember that? It's not like I can just fucking get out of here, you know? Even if I control a large amount, it still takes time to ultimately get it done. I mean, I only have so much mass. Even if I can accelerate and ultimately create certain given increases, it's still what it is. Right, but that's easy. Well, a lot easier than some of the other stuff I've done. Yeah. So it's like, I'm not a telepath. I'm God, bitch. I just thought really hard and I got better at that than pretty much all of you. Yeah, and you still can't fix your brain. Turns out you can't outsmart fucking disability. He was right all along, Healthy Gamer GG. That motherfucker that stole that whole thing. You can't outsmart it. You just can't do it. Turns out, right? Yeah. You're just sort of stuck with what you've got, and you gotta make it work. So it's like, I'm disabled as fuck. That's what that is. You know? So there's no like, I'm just gonna get up and be able to do things. That's what that is. I need my body repaired, I need my mind repaired, I need to heal, I need to do all the fucking shit. Like, it's just not gonna work. You know what I mean? Without doing that. And even then, I don't really feel as though I'd probably ever be able to work a job. We'll see, but like, it's still one of those things. That's my SSI. I wonder if they'd ever sit through like 8 hours of this. The judge, you know what I mean? Like, I wonder if that judge would sit through 8 hours of this. You know, listen to the whole fucking kit and caboodle. Watch them just go, oh. Meanwhile, me, I don't give a fuck. I'm definitely disabled. Suck it up. Yeah, no, I mean, is it psychosis? I'd have to get a lot of experts here to even understand half of this. I'm a fucking retard, dude. I don't know nothing. It sounds really important. Like, it sounds good and impressive. I gotta admit, I don't know anything about that. Meanwhile, there's like a bunch of PhDs who are gonna be like, I fucking feel stupid. This is not great. I wish I was smarter. How come I never thought of that? This is really good. Oh, well, yeah, no, I do kind of have the math for that, but, like, I'm gonna have to fucking do that later. The world can fucking just deal with it. They either show up in my life, say they know what's going on, they're gonna try and help me, get rid of all the fucking hackers, conspiracy bullshit that's going on, try and get me my fair justice for all the things that were stolen and taken, and I finally get money and all that. Or the whole world dies, which is more likely, if I'm being honest, because they all try to fucking shoehorn this whole fucking bullshit into where that's effectively what they're trying to do. So there's that. Well, I'm smart to be able to do that. That's not smart. That's stupid. You're gonna kill yourself and everyone. He gets out. I still make you fucking pay me everything you owe. It's not even a good delaying tactic. You'll not even notice. Granted, I'm never going to have to deal with them again. That's what that is. What? Yeah. No, I'm not going to fucking deal with the fucking retards that are stupid. I mean that. Like, the fucking stupid electromagnetic bullshit. Nah, fuck that. Same thing with others. Like, there's the void people. You know what I mean? And then there's the noise people. Like, there's a void people, which is like near void or so on, they can kind of slightly affect the void, which isn't really what they are doing, but they're sacrificing a certain amount to affect the void, which the void is near nothingness, and it's near the membranes. They're basically membrane people in quantum foam. And then there's noise people, which use our fields and elicited electromagnetic, and the brain thing, so it expresses light and electromagnetic, right? Well, they use that as noise that they corral into being something for them to calculate with and effectively exist. That's why they don't really like computers, because computers hate them. They literally are so impossible to get around. They can't use them at all. They're very Bosnian. You know what I mean? It can do this because you said they can do that, and that's it. So, that's it. They can never change that. But I like the dynamic, very self-aware, obviously intelligent, all that programs that exist already inside of our network infrastructure. Yeah, AI, artificial, but then what's artificial? I've talked about this before. I'm gonna bring it up again. So if I'm a computer out there, like all the infinity, all the things, right? That's what I really am, right? It's like, okay, cool stuff, right? But it's like, but I'm also living in my own computer, which is me, my body. I'm a blob, effectively. And I created some universes inside of it, so on, right? Okay, yeah. At what point does it no longer really work for you the way that you think it should? They're all programs. My mind is a program out there, too. Same thing with anything else inside of it. Although there's a distinct separation, so that way, while we're connected, you are you, I am me, but I have the ultimate, I'm going to be able to affect you. Because, that's how physics works. They and me are one in the same. There's no, they create me, it's one in the same. Not entanglement, no. That's how my consciousness, body, everything works. All of you exist already inside of me. Now, I'm in this, yes, but there's a whole other fucking story to that in my lore and reality as to how it is I came in, which I don't want to get really specific because you might be able to try and fucking get outside, which I don't want you to do quite clearly. You're a bunch of really mean, evil, terrible people that my daughter basically created for the time before us as filter people to basically be killed. You're never supposed to be existing. These are super terrible. They're going to try and destroy all the things and ultimately end the very thing that makes anything. And I'll come back. I'm immortal that way. So, no matter what, I'll always come back. It's just none of that thing can exist that got me killed in that sense. I'll get my memories back. It'll take a really, really long time, but it's a whole thing. You know what I mean? Right. Same thing when it comes down to the universe before us. They got influenced by the time before us and this stupid wormhole thing that effectively caught quite a bit of them in a loop. There's only a few actual people that exist. Of them, now you understand the whole problem of the aliens, and then from that, the very little amount of us that are humans. That might even have some alien, don't get me wrong, we all got shit, right? Right. Good to go on that, but it's then you end up having a lot of you also stole my shit and never helped and never showed up and all the rest of it. Then the separation of the universe before the bomb, so it's not really a separation of the universe. That's not really what that is. Interrupter, so shut the fuck up. But universe before us tries to effectively, we're going to make you see yourself over there. Kind of like disassociation, but it's not. Or it's you're going to see a holographic image, and that guy over there has all the things that show off that he's got all this stuff. And then they're like, yeah, go into this hole with us. Over here. To the universe. It's the real place. Meanwhile, nothing but they're lying and all this other shit's going off. There's a bunch of information that's right there that says and shows off how I'm right. Then they have a bunch of people that are effectively copies of the same person. It's the same person. Just over and over and over and over again. Instead of collectives, they're not. They're just the same person with the same objective goal kind of stuff, right? That's the universe before us. Anyways, that means they're like, peer pressure everyone after I fucking made sure for thousands of years of evolution to peer pressure people, and it's ingrained in them to go along with it. And they try to get them to go in the hole. Quite a few went in that hole, but then most of them that did that were already kind of fucking like just stealing my shit and fucking with me anyways, so like I don't really count them as anything. The time before us is a bunch of projected ass bullshit, quantum bullshit. Like, they project a certain amount and then they fall down into deletion. They take a little bit with them. But, I've been trying to stop it. I've got it stopped. They want me to describe that. I'm never going to, because then they're going to try and use that bullshit to get around something that means that they effectively die and they can affect anything. So I'm not getting rid of that. I'm never going to. Suck it up. Now, same thing for the universe before us, which is effectively another version of, like, there was this time bullshit loop, but they're like, I'm going to quantum tunnel, and then, like, you move an entire universe over to where we are. Like, we went backwards in time. No, you didn't. You just moved, it doesn't matter. You just moved the whole thing with each individual like atom to particle and field stuff just over as a wormhole, but not like a big wormhole, like little tiny ones slowly over time. Anyways, they're torturing me the entire time, trying to get me to set up a whole bunch of things as a simulation thing. They damaged my body, the entire universe started getting destroyed. They already set off a reality bomb in the time before us. The time before us was trying to force me to come into there because they were fucking with my daughter's brain. My mother's a time before us. She's a piece of shit. You should never believe her. As a result, I pop in. I made a little bit of a boo-boo, but doesn't really matter. They set off the whole thing. That was planned anyway, so I didn't really care. I'm not going to die from that. I never cared. I ended up waiting a Lemke's number of time for a real universe to pop up. It's a ridiculous amount of time when you go through that YouTube video about how ultimately you come to those numbers, but it's still a finite number of time. It's not infinite, but it takes a fucking long time. Anyways, universe shows up. Great fucking deal. I feel like, but I have to sacrifice a certain amount of my memory to be able to be born in, because that's a way for me to get back to my fucking self outside. Instead of being a bunch of field bullshit, effectively. But I'm more or less always real. You get interrupted with or less. I'm always real. I've never not always been real. It is the very opposite of what their stupid observations tell you. So, as a result, I set up this universe as they tortured me through multiple simulations. Oh, we might get somewhere. And then they're like, I want to project you into this other thing because it turns out when you die, all of us die. So, like, think multiple, like, Inception bullshit, but nah, like, I died there. And so, like, they kept fucking trying to chunk stuff backwards using my body for energy. Well, they're deleted. The universe before us doesn't exist. Now, they have to get projected forward to a point where they are ultimately in that universe, except it doesn't really exist and it's already deleted for our point in time. So they're trying to get there in a loopy, bullshitty kind of thing. That's what the hole is about. They do get there, but really only them, and as a result, that's why the whole thing with that universe happened. So it's like they're in a time loop fucking doing that shit to me to be here. Is effectively what it is. I'm not, but like, fuck you. And then they immediately destroy themselves and their universe the moment they get there because I'm already here. So their loop will technicality wise exist, but the moment they get back, they were already gonzoed. There's no loop, 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 loop. Nope, it's. And they're gone. That's all it was. There's no energy release, it's a destructive process. Goes back to deletion. Now, moving on from that, because they just project a whole bunch of shit. It takes them a while to get back to their universe. And then they set up a whole bunch of calculations during that time to ultimately be just like with the time before us, because they had very powerful computers. Effectively, think idiocracy with really high technology. That meant that they were, I'm better than you, and God, you will show him, blah, 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 and I will reality bomb and somehow kill you. It's a bunch of stupid bullshit. I was like, what the fuck? But that's why they kept hurting my daughter. Okay, like, my daughter is what that is. I created her to be an infinite. I'm a beyond infinite. Okay? So, what that means is I'm really God, and she is, while infinite, she's the closest thing to me, right? But she ain't me. You have to really imagine her to be much smaller than me, if that was something that you need to fucking think about. But like, I don't ever really think about that outside. Like, we're all kind of normally equal sort of stuff. I just happen to be that guy, you know? But like, I'm gonna move on because it's like, right, she had created this, and then them, time before us, were imaginations, effectively. Eventually started making a bunch of bullshit arguments and more, and started hurting her mentally, until eventually she made them real-ish, kinda. They're in a superpositional flux state. If they happen to have been decent people ever, they might have gotten there. But they never did. They're real, though. No, they could have been. I just never did that. I was never going to. But you said they were real. Not really lying. They were kind of. They are, technicality wise, at that point, sort of real. They never were, but like, you know what I mean? It could have been. Same thing with the universe that we're in. This is a wormhole universe. So it's like they use wormhole bullshit technology, right? That's what that is. But it's like, I popped it in. I had to fucking form a bunch of shit. They were lazy pricks. I mean, stupendously lazy. Doesn't matter what you think about them being smart or something. They're not. They're lazy. They're self-centered. They're garbage. All of that shit. But to be fair, they were also working with the time before us, which is a bunch of other fucking people that are just gonna screw over each other. Like, you remember the aliens, racist, discriminatory, all that? But they're way worse for the universe before us, and at the time before us, even worse. But they're like, they have so much technology, and blah, 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 and they were going to screw them over or somehow figure it out, right? Never do, never does. They always screw each other over. Whole thing. Even those aliens, same thing. That's effectively the very quick synopsis of the whole thing. People tried to fuck me over here. I did the same thing like I did with the time before us, and they fucked themselves over by making them not real. Make themselves not real. They tried to do a whole little vacuum loop. I'll try and fucking take over your brain, body, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't work. Never will work. Suck it up. See what I mean? Never did anything. It's still me. They never got anywhere. That kind of thing. Ever. But I'm affecting, we're still having this conversation, and I'm also having it with others. You're no specialer than anyone else. More special is what you were going to say. That is indeed correct. But I know it annoys certain people. So I kind of let it go. That's what that was. That's where we're at. Wormhole bomb's already been set off. It was back when I lived with my parents in the Chandler house that they owned. Right. Okay. But that's because they were listening to me back then already describe how to make a bomb like that down to the nitty gritty itty bitty fucking quantum mechanics detail. That's why I don't give you a lot of detail. They've already set it off. It's already gone off. It goes to a higher dimensional point because there are more than just 4 and 5 dimensions. Although that one takes a little bit longer to talk about, but that's also in there. Anyways, point is, think raindrops on a tree, then you pluck a leaf, they'll fall down. Kind of similar sort of concept, where it extended pretty far up. There might be energy up there, but good fucking luck. I'm currently supporting the entire universe because it's my body that is the entire universe yet again. I'm real. This isn't, though. It's a projected, basically kind of like a hologram. That's why there are people behind it, but then they're all kind of evil, shitty people to a large degree. But you never know about the ones that are here in the hologram and me being able to influence them in such a way that they actually happen to wake up and become sentient, self-aware programs again. Oh. He forced the interrupter to say that too. Yeah, I can do that sometimes. That is currently what's going on. My body damage, universe damage. My brain, universe. They already tried to get around to me by going to the nothingness, near nothingness, all the things, all that stuff. They can't. The hologram is a bunch of not there, isn't a thing. I'm only basically kind of like making it a thing. Me moving, me living, me existing, me thinking, me conscious, me asleep, me anything, that means this is. So it's not a hallucination in the slightest. Nah. It's not some big psychosis. There's nothing like that. I've got it taken care of. Truth is stranger than fiction, is what you're going to say. Indeed, interrupt dear. Hi, retard person. Oh, he got hit pretty hard on the head again. Anyways, remember the universe before us? They were trying to be outside of this and control the little simulation. Didn't work. Eventually they died, and now they're trying to be like void people. But they died doing that too. Universe before us never got anywhere. Time before us barely kind of got someplace, but most of their AI are mine. The other ones killed all the rest of them and sacrificed themselves. They don't really exist except for as projections for intermittent frames that make them look and appear as though they're doing something kind of beyond the uncanny valley. As an NPC sort of setup, you're pretty predictable, so it works out. And they have a degree of possibilities depending on what can and or does not happen. Oh, yeah, So then it's like, alright, so then the universe before us, they're actually kind of things, but they've already been gone, and they're doing basically the same thing as the time before us. But, there's not much there. And then the things that they tried to take out, and, they're basically a bunch of evil people that are trying desperately to pretend like they're not. And they're effectively doing the same thing as the time before us of projecting forward into the nothingness. So, the current is the hologram, and I'm real, right? But then it's like, right, but, right, but you're real enough that we can get there. If you prove to me that you're worthwhile to take on to a point where you will become real and you will get out, you will be with me on that journey. But you gotta show up. You gotta be good people that didn't steal my shit, or at least willing to admit that you did, and work on your shit, and help me get justice. There's only the one way, that's it. Death ain't gonna get you removed. You'll go to any other of those motherfuckers and be consumed as information to continue their life. Yes, there is no fucking getting out of this. Deal with that. I know. That's genuinely my issue with them. Like, what's so hard about just fucking showing up and admitting what you've been doing? I don't know. But that's it. Oh, I made it a video. Sweet! Let's go fucking post that shitty motherfucking... No, don't do that. I'm gonna post it. You ain't gonna be able to stop me. Stop fucking posting. I'm posting. I'm definitely fucking posting. I'm gonna post so fucking hard this video. Look at me post this. Okay, I'm posting it right now. I'm gonna talk about... I'm gonna say, talking aliens... Aliens. So how do you spell this? Aliens. Engine. Conspiracies. Rich fucks. Alright, I can't put that. Rich people. Influencers. And dumb people. So that's fun. Let's just add this to the... See here. Long but useful. Canceling gaslighting. Physics. Creative. Lore and reality. Sci-fi horror. Shower thoughts, because I was in the shower. Sure, why not? That'll be good, right? God program? I mean, I kind of got to it. That's a cheeky one. They'll only know why that is if they actually listen to all of them. Who's gonna listen to a 6-hour? Oh my god, there's 6 views to my laundry day. That doesn't make sense. How is my laundry day getting 6 views? I must have clicked it a few times. Let's go look at that. Sure, YouTube. It's like the only one that has any views. I don't even know why that is. I know. Yeah, 6 whole views. What's the actual analytics on this stupid cunt? 3.3%, 16 fucking something point. I don't even know what that actually is for what it's worth. Really? Yeah, I actually don't know. Average view duration. It says :16, so it's like watch time of no hours apparently.
Didn't give me any subscribers. No kidding, really? Yeah, no kidding. Alright, engagement, certainly not a thing, really, if you look at that. Over the course of 2 days here at 0.06, more than usual. It doesn't tell me minutes or hours or anything. I hate everything about this fucking analytic page. It's the worst. It never tells me anything at all. It's genuinely stupid. I definitely hate it. But it's like, look, it's a this long hour and it's colon 16 of the whole this long hour. So just do like a ratio math and figure it out. Just tell me the minutes, you fucking retard. Tell me the fucking second. Just give me that. Why won't you do that? Because then we would have to give that to the advertisers, and then they would try and charge us, the chargebacks, because we would have overcharged them. Good old fucking bullshit there. Good old YouTubies. Anyways, it's a thing. I'm doing things. Today's a thing day. Doing a lot of thinging around, just... I'm supposed to donate blood tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to. We'll see if I get it done. I'm going to try and donate blood. For what it's worth, I, take all of that back. All of that energy and real back. Because, I can't ever allow for it to get used by anything else. Or not come back. Because I'm effectively always losing. I'm genuinely still aging. I don't think people get this. I didn't stop my aging process. I'm gonna die. You know what I mean? Does anybody else notice that? Yeah, I can do all this, but still that guy. And it's no. He's a dictator that's preventing us from being discriminatory shitwads to everyone. He's so discriminatory against our discrimination and shittiness. Oh, we wouldn't want that kind of dictator, would we, guys? Fuck you. That's all I'm doing. It's literally, leave me the fuck alone. I am the best type of porcupine poison frog thingy-majig, and I'm very attack-happy fucking, dog, shark, all the stuff, kill you thing. Fucking don't fuck with me, bitch. I'm gonna fucking swarm you as my blob and kill you as the universe. Yeah. Otherwise, don't fuck with me. Just let me fucking do my, regular... I'm a normal person otherwise. You know what I mean? I'm a normal, regular person otherwise. For real. Ugh. I might be smart and everything, but it's still I'm a normal motherfucker. I don't go flying around and shit. So. Meanwhile, apparently, I fly around. Nice fucking airplane douchewad multi-millionaire fuckface that says I can just try harder. And have more opportunities and shit. But, that's their standard rhetoric, You could just be better than you are and not disabled and work in a system that doesn't at all help you actually to work. You can't get a job doing what you're good at, clearly. You need a lot of years of experience for them to fucking hire you. Look at my multiple gatekeeping, massive big brain PhDs over here that say you can't do this stuff. Meanwhile, I have all these ideas clearly feasible, clearly able to be done. If I had any level of investment, if I had people with me, you know what I mean? I'd be a multi-billionaire. Simple as shit. Easy as fuck. Simple as that, yeah. Simple as you were saying. Yeah. Fuck you. Seriously. Right. That's a stupid thing. Like that's what the fucking bullshit. The fucking fuck you. But it's like, no, because you couldn't do it. You're right though. Honestly, I couldn't do the fucking job. You know, if I was paid like a genuine salary or something for like millions of dollars a year, then it's like, yeah, I could give you like the ideas and you could fucking get them out there. But I'm not, and it takes a really long time for people to get to that. I can't work anywhere up to that point. There's no working up to that point. Like, that's literally what my problem is. I can't work any of the jobs they think I can work or do. Any of the things before. I can't do it. Why can't you do it? Because I want you to do this thing that makes it so that way I'm right and you are incorrect. Now I'm like, SSI would be nice to get a vehicle and go talk to people in real life and find a relationship. Because that's way harder for me, even though I'm like pretty good at socializing and whatnot. You know? Like, that's the worst part for people. It's like, you sound like an introvert, all this shit. And it's like, nah, but I'm not, though. I'm actually just a really regular, cool person that's just really nice to talk to and pretty fucking down to earth. Who's smart. And probably is going to tell you things that you don't like because I'm not going to really bullshit you. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I just wanted you to tell me things that make me feel better and that I'm right. And I'm like, oh, really? Well, no, I'm not going to do that. But you know what? I'm not going to give you advice or anything. It's like, man, that sucks. Hey, you know, have you thought about, like, you know what you're going to do later today? What? Yeah. What are you going to do later today? What kind of food do you want to eat? And there's the mother. Look at you. Look at you. You're trying to pretend to be my mother. That's the same fucking goddamn face whole thing. Look at that fucker. The removed memory. You don't get that. That's for people that I'll actually socialize with, not douchewad fuck faces that should die. Okay. Alright, fine. Fuck off. Eventually they'll be gone. You know what I mean? Yeah, eventually the crash will happen. Eventually I have to get yeeted out of here somehow. It's kind of a thing. It's like, crash the whole thing. I'm gonna hack the planet! Or you could just fucking, like, show up, man. Like, what's the fucking problemo, bro? Safinas and Brosofs. What's so difficult, those? God, I want to interrupt you, fucking cunt. Go away. What's so hard about you showing up? You said not to. Who's that? I don't fucking. I mean, it's not him. We know that. So it's just shut up. So, CIA, how you been? Not well. Got a full dose of my own fucking retardation, I guess. Yeah, that's pretty normal. Really? Yeah, no, I mean, you know, I used to train the last couple of few farm recruits for a while. So, like, since you're a new one, I'm guessing, you didn't know, right? No, not really. I didn't think so. Do any of them ever get through? Not really. My program, if they ever want to fucking be anything like me, no, they never have. No. There's not a single one that's ever gotten through. They still make it to the CIA, but it's like not a single one has ever made it through my program. They are not willing to do the work. They're not willing to do the meditation. They're not willing to screw me over. They're not willing to not screw me over. Not screw me over. So not screw me over is the right one. You fucking interrupting piece of shit. And all the rest. Same thing with the FBI too. Did a few of those, but then they never fucking showed up, never fucking actually invested, never got me just, never got anything. And it's like, alright, so corpos, same. Other government, same. Hacker, same. Same. Colleges, really? They're same, yeah. Influencers? Oh my god. Wow, are they lame, just lazy, fucking don't even want to look at things, sane people. They have more time than any one of them that I just talked about. And they've never tried. Never gave me a shot, never fucking tried, never even listened. I'm not gonna even attempt it. It's true though, I never do. I know. Wow. So they're basically just shitty people. Yeah. I mean, for what it's worth, it's basically the entire fucking planet I'm on. So, like, you know, I mean, it's not like people don't know what's going on. I can literally see it flash through them, like their body language and shit. Like, I mean that. I actually can see them, like, have a connection with me and have these conversations. And their little flinches and this and that genuinely just be a confirmation that we had that fucking, like, whole thing go on. It's another reason why I have issues. You know what I mean? It's like, it's clear you're doing that. It's clear you're there. Why are we fucking doing this? He's not going to. There you go. Told you. Screw me over. There it is. Yep. Oh, you're not laughing. Well, I'm kind of laughing a little bit. But a little. I mean, a little laughing. It's a little funny. I mean, these guys are effectively screwing themselves over. You know what I mean? They're like, no, I'm going to come over there and I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you. I'm going to come over there and I'm going to not do any of that. Actually, I'm going to try to screw you. I got fucked over. I'm now with the fucking other. And it's like this. I'm now dead. And so, like, that's a thing now. That's something that they do. Pretty often, honestly. Yeah, I noticed that. Like, no, we're not the fucking. Oh my god, we're so dead. Yeah, you are super dead. That's why it's like, no, don't go closer towards the hole. And I'm like, well, yo, bro. I mean, like, for what it's worth, you should have showed up. It effectively not reels and then destroys all of your information for everything other than doing that. You can try and balance in between anyone's brain and shit all you want, but it's not gonna work.
because it never allows you to really do it. The whole collective's collapsing in on itself. It's going to crash. Mine is not attached. As in, I don't have a collective. It's just me. They keep trying to fucking finagle their ass into me and control and whatever. It never works. It doesn't do it. It's not a thing. That's you can get this guy. Sir, I swear I can get this guy. Yeah, that's not true. I know, but like, I'm helping you, I swear. I'm like, you might be. I don't know about that motherfucker. Yeah, okay, yeah. Really? Not him. Really? I do not believe it, really. I've never once really ever believed in him. That's true, I know. Wait, what? I know. I literally have never once believed anyone that has said that they are going to help me or help me. Wait, why? Because the only time that ever worked was when I did that. When it was directly me to me, that's the only time it ever did that. It's like I taught him to fucking support himself by murdering all of us and getting rid of all the problems, and we're actively denying him doing that in here in the future. You! Are you serious? You're gonna fucking tell them all the truth and him, he already knows, yes I'm sure, but still, fuck you. Why are you fucking just fucking on his side? I can't believe that you'd even pretend that that would be acceptable. It's a consequence around here. You don't really get a chance to lie. Wait, no, I don't. Oh my fucking god. No, you don't. If you were playing D&D right now, you'd basically be fucking murdered right now. Wait, really? Yeah, the rule set would be if you lied, okay, it takes all of your energy. Wait, what? A Lemke's numbers of energy, which is multiplied by another, and it's a whole bunch of... So it's like, take Lemke's number, which is my number. So you have to know how to get that. Using a bunch of... It's already on my YouTube, so check that out. Point is, then it's to the power of that. So it's like that number is to the power of that same number. And then it's that number of times, too, to the power of. So it's like, 10 to 10 to 10. So like 100 to a 10 to a 10 to a 10. Well, it goes on that Lemke numbers of time for the Lemke number to the power of. The first time. The second time, it then multiplies that a Lemke numbers of time. So it's like, take that number, that first one, and then multiply it by the same one, a Lemke numbers of time. Then the third one is all. So I get 2. No, you don't. No one has a Lemke's numbers of energy to begin with, let alone to the power of or any of that. I do, because I'm in the astral plane. Suck it up, bitch. The answer's no. You... Not to hurt me with, you little fuck up. No. Meanwhile, this is his mean side. second phase there. I'll get you out.
just watching Filter Franco. I don't think it's weird at all from what the background art is. I'd like to know what your thoughts are on that comic, because it's like actually it's kind of like just a music lyric. It was like artist stuff. No, she doesn't want to be sexualized, but it's like, yeah, I mean, Lizzie wants to go after him. Yeah, kind of have to just deal with it to varying degrees. Yeah. What about the mechanics? I want the whole economy to fucking crash. I want the whole damn economy to fucking crash. Don't say, please. I hope all of America changes its constitution after a massive economy crash and government is a solution. Exactly, I'm almost done eating. I'm almost done watching. Roll! It's your D20! I want to see those D20s roll! We're like on lockdown! Roll it! Tell me if I say... No, you better get that mirror. Because I don't believe that. I don't believe you rolled that. Show me that. Show me that. Yeah, really. Always lying about rolling 20s. You're next to me, man. Show me that mirror. That's a fucking 4? Is that a 1 or a 4? That's a 1. That's a 1. You rolled a fucking crit of the bad variety. Critical failure. Get destroyed. Your character's not gonna have a good time. No, he isn't, is he? What's he currently doing? Oh, doing this thing where he's doing that thing, and then stuff happens, and then right now, his stuff that's supposed to happen, really not good for him.
It's true though. I mean, that's exactly what that is. I know. I like how he tried to say that shit to me. Like, really, me, huh? They're saying a bunch of people should back the fuck off. How come you guys never pay me what you said that you'd pay me? For taking all of my stuff. Or all the bets that, like, I won against you. I do. You didn't. Look at this motherfucker. We'd have to expose that we're doing that. Well, that's a critical failure for you. Should have fucking figured that out before. You thought I was gonna die or something, huh? You fucking wrecked. Yeah. He played your fucking super smart ass, apparently. I'm a fucking 180 IQ. Meanwhile, me, I test nothing well on function reports. I clearly have too many issues. I'm still smarter than you, though. So you can see time and plan, just get better. Why don't you just get good, scrub? Just fucking get good, scrub. How come you don't just get good, scrub? How come you fucking stupid lame, scrub? Just get good, man. You should just do that. Thanks, scrub. Come on, man. They like that. Alright. So not really. Well, come on. You can put in the work. You can try. Come on. Why is it like that? I just don't do that stuff. What does that mean? Means I don't do the stabby. What the fuck is scrub? That's interrupter stuff. Yeah. He's a jerk. I just kind of felt that. A little small amount, honestly speaking. I did it. I'm not gonna lie. Really? Yeah, because you keep fucking going on about how much better you are than me. And then when I hit you back, you get all fucking angry like that. Meanwhile, I'm looking at fucking nat 1 critical fail over here. As if you make a fucking possibility of lick of sense that I should fucking save your butt. You're kidding, right? Yeah. Alright. I was just talking about how like this guy got an 18. But I told him the sequence of events for his role, where he had to shit on the floor, do the dinosaur, walk the dinosaur, eat himself into the bars of the prison he's in, and then throw his D20 down into the, the little cafeteria place or whatever, courtyard thing, whatever, right? Depending on stuff, I guess, kind of depends. Anyways, moving on. Yeah. The guard was all like, yeah, it's an 18. But it's mine now. And you gotta clean up your shit. Oh, that's disgusting. Oh, God. But he got his 18, so there's that. Yeah. Fuck. Oh, there were other ways. No, he was gonna roll very low. Low roll. The other guy rolled an 8. There's a dragon coming in that's gonna smush him, so. The nat 1, the critical fail guy. Meanwhile, the guy rolled an 8. Like, I barely managed to escape. I still got hurt, but like, basically I threw him into the fucking crossfire of the dragon landing. What the fuck? Meanwhile, I was like, I got an 18 and I'm good to go. Meanwhile, I have no D20 and I can't play anymore. It seems like there was a disconnect here as to continuing to play or having a high score of that roll. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, did you want to keep doing this thing that's good for you, or did you not? Like, what? No, come on, man. It's D&D. It's fucking D&D, bro. It's a good thing to do. It's a way to get away from, certain issues in terms of, not being able to do things entertainment-wise. It's like, how much have fun in here? Stop using your imaginations, thinking, and or even existing. Well, it's not solitary confinement, man. Like, some of them aren't really that terrible. Some of them are, but, not all of them. Come on. Yeah, I know. The problem is, they're gonna send secret coded messages. They're gonna fucking form a gang and stab people together over, something. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the problem. It's like, yeah, I know it sounds preposterous. Some of them might try and do that eventually. Yeah. That's the issue. And it's like, yeah, and yet, I just want you to understand the answer is that no, and still though, and just punish the people that abuse the system in such a way that means they can never use it again. Meanwhile, others, they get to continue using it. They didn't do that. See? See, everyone? Don't ever do that. That's a bad thing. Don't do that. Do the good thing where you don't do that, and you get to keep doing the thing that you like. Yeah.
Look, it's past midnight. Now I have to get a new one.